I love starting out by coughing. Okay, this is not the overlay we're gonna use for this. I don't have the other one set up, so I'm just gonna use the... Oh, I don't have it. Alright, hold on. Throw something on there. Hold on a minute. Where are your shinies? You're not getting any tonight. That's not what I'm doing. Ignore that yesterday off stream is I was fucking getting resources. I found a shiny fucking Pidgeotto. That's neither important right now, is it? Does this fit the vibe? Probably not. I think any of these are gonna do that. That low. So, yeah, hello everybody. We've made it. We have made it to the end. 2025 has come to a close. I know that it's not tomorrow, but I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. And I figured I would just get this out of the way now. Since I said I was gonna do this months ago, and I'm gonna keep word to that, there were things that I have been holding my thoughts on until now for this exact stream. I know there were some stuff that people wanted to hear my thoughts on regarding certain games, like ZA and Mario Wonder and some of the older stuff, so that's gonna happen now. I figured it was time since, you know, the years have gone on. I've done quite a lot of content and pushed a lot of content. I never really talked about how I felt about it. Or if I have, it wasn't very long. So I'm pretty much gonna do that now. And if here's the thing, I pulled up, I have an entire, excuse me, I have an entire Google Drive, or Google Doc of the things that I have listed here. I don't know if I got everything, and quite frankly, I don't give a shit if I did or not. The only thing I omitted was the Smash Ultimate stuff, because everybody's heard about that enough, and they know my thoughts on it, so I'm not gonna go into those again. Unless there was really something someone had a curious, like, question about, even then, yeah. So that will not be discussed, but I have it based off of two categories, which were one-offs or older stream stuff, and the ongoing stuff slash passion projects slash streams that are my personal favorites that I wanted to dwell into for a lot. So, like, example of like the one-off or older stuff is shit like in here, like Balatro or Half-Life Deathmatch, Doom Eternal, whatever. With the passion projects being like the Shiny Hunt speedruns, Mario Wonder, Perfect Dark, so I could just go down the order, the listed order, but I'm just gonna, I think to start off, I'm curious, is there anything that I have not talked about, or at least that people want to know? Because I know there's a few things here that I have done that people want to hear the opinions on. Because I have been holding on to a lot of them for quite a while now. I am going to be rocking this solo for the most part. Go before you go to sleep, Mario Wonder? I got you. Yeah. I can get that one out of the way since that is definitely one that I know I didn't give any opinions on when I was supposed to, so while that's still fresh in my memory, let's get that one out of the way. So, I'm gonna admit, when I first was approached by you with the idea of doing it, I was very hesitant at first. Mainly just because when I first saw the game, like many others, I was a bit taken aback by the shift in tone and atmosphere of the game. It definitely didn't feel like the other games in the Mario Brothers series, and also it didn't really help that by this point I was already like not as interested in the series anymore in terms of the games, because by the time we got to Mario Brothers U, they had kind of exhausted everything they could really do, and it was just trying to keep up the creativity. I didn't know how they were gonna do it. As you got the DS version, which was like a reboot that was really nice. The Wii version, which is iconic. The Wii U version, which is not as good, but had some charm to it. And then you add the, of course, Mario Brothers 2, which was just a coin easy fest that kind of just butchered whatever was left. So, going into it, I didn't know what to expect. But I was willing to give it a chance since, hey, why not? It'd make for some fun content. And even if I didn't like it, you know, the worst that happens is I just stop playing. It more or less blew every expectation I had out of the water. Like, I genuinely didn't think I was going to have as much fun with the game as I did, but for one, the art style was amazing. Like, the graphics and visuals just looked so nice, so well done. It was really cool. I mean, that's the one thing that I'll always give the Mario Brothers series credit for, is that the visuals are really good, especially in this game. And well, that was that's one thing. The levels were really fun. Like, I really enjoyed the creativity of them. The levels were very creative, like even more so than the other games in the series, since new power-ups, new gimmicks, especially with the Wonder Seeds, with the different little mid-stage gimmicks, which remind me a little bit of Kirby's Epic Yarn, where you had like those mid-level breaks where you get like a power-up or something and then start like going a bit crazy. Like, that was cool. I really like those. It added another layer of another, what's the word I'm looking for? Another layer, like, I think that's pretty much it. Just add another layer of complexity and enjoyment to the levels. And I gotta say that I like good level design, and I think my mind was poisoned for a while by seeing Mario Maker levels where everyone just fucking tried to do a Kaizo or make it as cryptic and bullshit as possible, so to see levels that weren't too difficult but progressively get harder and more unique and more challenging, it was really nice. I liked all the worlds. The music was phenomenal. Like, that's the one thing that Mario games definitely are good at doing, is music. I mean, Nintendo usually doesn't miss with their soundtracks. Levels were fun. Gameplay was fun. Power-ups were great. Like, even the wacky ones, like the elephant, was kind of funny. I like the different things you could do with it for the puzzles and stuff. The bubble power-up was funny. The drill one was really nice. I like that. There was just so much creativity in the game throughout, and it showed. Like, the developers put so much care into it. With everything. And I gotta say, it's the most... I should call your Schween, guys. Oh my god. Because that's the thing. Like, I'm just so used to levels being hard for the sake of it that it's not fun. So, for them to actually put care into it, you know, it's something I'm just not, I kind of forget about, that Mario games can be hard but fun, or the difficulty can scale properly. The challenges were fun, for the most part. There were some things that I didn't like, obviously. But you had a lot of fun ones, like with the arena mini games, where you're trying to beat as many enemies as quickly as possible, or the badge challenges, which were really fun. Which is another thing I really liked about the game, was all the different badges. Of course, it really wasn't as effective as it could have been to me, mainly just because I utilized like 1 or 2 badges the whole time, so I wasn't really getting the full experience. But if you're someone who likes to mix and match the different badges and shit like that, I mean, it makes for a very unique experience. Each level is a lot different depending on which one you use, and I found that to be really cool. The challenge is boosting that, kind of testing your skills with them, which I like that in games. I like being tested. Of course, it's not a perfect game, I gotta admit. The biggest challenge, really, the biggest criticism I really have about the game was some of the challenges themselves, that some of them just existed without any rhyme or reason. The most heavy example of that being the search party ones. Look, I'm not saying that they should be easy and they should be telling you where to find things, but like some of them were so goddamn cryptic and not really easily accessible, even to someone who's a veteran of the game or is used to platformers, where, I mean, it felt like a major pace breaker. And that's the thing with platformers for me, is that you tend to get into a rhythm or feel like a steady pace when you're progressing through it with the different levels. Sure, there may be instances where you die or make a mistake and have to start over, but you know, you're still trying to get into a rhythm and a groove when you're playing. I mean, as someone who speedruns the game, like Mario World, for example, you have to be in that sort of groove. And for me, I am just so used to getting into that flow state that taking like the break times normally you think would be pace breakers, but a lot of them were just quick and fun. So to have this one suddenly be like turn into a fucking scavenger hunt that took longer than some levels did, it really just broke up the pace and just really felt more as a chore and an inconvenience than something I wanted to do. But for the sake of 100%, I had to do them. It really did not feel rewarding to do it, and the fact it got to a point where I think I even actually had to ask for help on one of them just really became a bother. And it's one of those things where if I'm having to ask for, well, sorry about that, the mic peaked, I don't know why. If I'm having to ask for assistance, then that just defeats the purpose of it. Since they're supposed to be challenging, they're supposed to test your abilities, but it's so cryptic that it just kind of becomes more of just running around and chucking shit at the wall until something sticks, and that's not fun. The point of puzzles, you know, you're supposed to think outside the box, you're supposed to get creative, and that's what the game was all about, was being creative with the levels, using the different badges, doing different maneuvers, completing them in your own way. These fucking scavenger hunts broke that, because it just turned into I can't figure anything out, so I'm just gonna try every fucking thing imaginable and hope something works. And that's not fun. That's not fun for a game of this caliber. Overall, that is really the only true negative that I have about Mario Wonder. Other than that, everything else is pretty damn good. The levels were amazing, the music was great, the designs of the levels and the overall visuals looked amazing, the power-ups were creative, the Wonder Seed gimmicks were creative, the badge challenges were fun. Everything just felt like a nice breath of fresh air for this series, since the Mario Brothers series needed some sort of new, fresh take on it if they were ever going to make another one. That's how I saw it. I didn't honestly think they could make another one after New Super Mario Bros. 2 or New Super Mario Bros. U. Since it was so formulaic and basic, you could only do so much. I didn't really think they were going to be able to expand on it as much as they did, but they fucking knocked that shit out of the park. It was unbelievable. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the final stream that happened to the game, though. Since obviously, to address that, the 3 hours I spent on the final levels of the game, did that cause any sort of anger, resentment, or hatred? No. Because with these games, I recognize that every Mario game has that one level that is just so frustrating and brutal that it's there to be like the penultimate test. And I kind of embrace that fact. Since you think of a lot of the recent Mario games, there's one level that's so brutal that it takes a lot of time. You know, Grandmaster Galaxy, the perfect run from Mario Galaxy 2. Keep running from Mario Brothers U, which anyone who saw the stream when Bonnie and I did it knew we struggled heavily with that. Champions Road from Mario 3D World, like every recent game. I mean, it even goes back to older games like Tubular from Mario World, which anyone who watched me do speed runs of the special segment category knows I fucking hated Tubular, and I still hate Tubular to this day. Some of the Mario 64 levels were fucking brutal, like anything on TikTok Clock. Now, there's always going to be those levels that are difficult and feel so much harder. Look, when I say that that final badge challenge, the final one, was the hardest Mario level I ever played would be an understatement. There is not a single level that comes remotely close. Like, younger me would say Tubular is the worst level I've ever played. Older me would say that this final badge challenge is the worst level I've ever played in terms of difficulty, not in terms of like me hating it. Because at the end of the day, I do appreciate like a final collection of these badges and like having an ultimate test. I am okay with that. I can accept that. It was just very, 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 very fucking brutal. And let me put this into perspective. And I have Flint to completely credit to this, by the way, because they actually did a calculation of all this. So I started the level at 1 hour 58 minutes 58 seconds from the level title card, and the class final clear screen, my bad, happened 5 hours 26 minutes 25 seconds. So 3 hours 27 minutes 35 seconds is how much time I spent on that level. What made it worse was that it was, I mean, granted, the first one might as well have been a kill screen. Look, I've done a lot of crazy things, and you guys have witnessed that. I mean, hell, I am a speedrunner. I am so used to having to grind the ever-living shit out of stuff. And knowing failure is gonna be more common than success, since that's just the nature of the game. And to tell you guys, I was devastated when I beat it the first time but did not get the top of the flagpole. I mean, that shit crushed me. But I didn't let it affect me during stream because my stubbornness and my persistence to get it done, I think, overshadowed that. And maybe it actually was just being so used to speedrunning Mario World and Punch-Out and just the resolve that I have to not let things beat me that I went back in and beat it again. I mean, in that 3.5 hour span, I beat it twice, which felt amazing. But it's scary to, it really is funny to think, by the way. It really is funny to think. I got certain task ties in Punch-Out quicker than it took for me to beat that level once. I got Piston Hurricane, Aaron Ryan, Gabby J, all quicker than it took me to beat that one level. Because that level put all your skills to the test, and that final invisible segment, That is the most nerve-wracking and difficult thing I think I've done in any Mario game, like, period. And I had just done the Mario 64 fight this year, so... Overall, though, I did not let that ruin my enjoyment. Because maybe younger me would have been like, oh, this shit's so hard it kills the enjoyment. No, I'm not gonna let that be the reason. That's not fair. I can't discredit an entire game just because one level was so brutal. Because once again, I've come to accept that as a speedrunner and as someone who's played other Mario games, that there's always going to be a level that's brutally difficult. That's the nature of the game. And I'm okay with that. Because if I let one level dictate everything, then that would just be completely unfair to the rest of the body of work that the game provides. And the blueprint it provided is amazing. It's one of those things where I joke in a like half lighthearted, half worrying tone of like, how the hell are they gonna top that? Or how are they gonna, like, where are they gonna go from here? That's what I wonder. No pun intended. So really, looking back on it all, it was one of the best Mario games I have played in a while. Would it be my favorite? No, but it doesn't need to be. I love the game regardless, and I am very excited for the extra content that they're going to be adding later. And really, if there's anyone to thank more than anything and anyone owes credit to, it is without a doubt Flint for even suggesting it and giving me his copy in return for some Chinese One Piece cards. Which, I don't know if he ever actually found them. I hope you do. Oh man, otherwise that is a very lopsided trade. But yeah, in conclusion really to the Mario Wonder stuff, it was an idea I was very hesitant on and a game I was very skeptical to try. But in the end, it was one of my favorite projects for sure. The game was so much fun, the music was charming, levels were fun. It really did breathe new life into the Mario Brothers series, and I really can't wait to see how they expand on it in the future. Unless anyone has anything else to ask about that particular series, I think that's all I got for it. That would be the end of that, and I'd move on to like the next thing. I just want to be sure I've covered all bases. I don't know if anyone else had anything they wanted to ask about them, because I'll open the floor to people to ask or give their own inputs too if they have anything. I have this one here. Favorite Wonder Seed gimmick? Fuck, what were the... I don't remember all the Wonder Seed gimmicks. You're talking about the ones that affected my character directly or affected the level? Because if I'm talking about ones that affected the level, I think mine would have to be the Wonder Seed that brought back those dragons back to life in the level with the fossil dragons. That one was a hell of, like, a lot of fun. I really like that. There was a beach level, I forget the name of the level, where, of course, anyone who's gonna fucking know me knows why this one would be my favorite. Hitting the Wonder Seed activated that little sky sequence with the fucking lightning storm. That one was fun. You want to give a shout out to Timu Claude? Oh yeah, yeah. There's that one. That wasn't a Wonder Seed gimmick. That was just fucking bullshit. Granted, that one was my fault, but doesn't change the fact I'm still fucking pissed about it. And it will go on the channel, on the Clips channel one day, or maybe the main one. I don't know. We'll see. Fuck that. Gonna skip over the battle themes tonight, depending on them. Yeah, fuck Timu Cloudslayer. I mean, of course, you can't forget about the Piranha Plant Orchestra. That one was fucking funny. I love that gimmick. What other ones were there? I know there were. I'm trying to think of all of them. Downpour Uproar was the level with the light. Alright, yeah, that one. Downpour Uproar had one of my favorite Wonder Seed gimmicks. The Dragon level had probably my actual favorite gimmick. The whole final sequence going into Bowser was pretty phenomenal. The Piranha Plant Orchestra was pretty fun. There was that one level where you had to time your jumps, like, to the rhythm. I don't even remember if that was a Wonder Seed gimmick. Favorite Wonder Seed gimmick that affects the player. Which one would... I'm gonna have to Google this one, actually, because I need to remember these. Mainly just because I don't have them all in front of me. Sorry, excuse me. That's not what I'm looking for. Of course they don't. Oh, they do have the Wonder Effects. Hold on. Okay. The Star Rain one was pretty fun. That one was kind of cool. I really like that one. You know, just feeling that bit of power of invincibility and just going on a run was hilarious. The one that allows you to... These don't have names to them, by the way. The one where you're just floating freely in the air, which was used in Cosmic Hopos, or Hoppos, was fucking hilarious. The walking on walls with a top-down perspective one was kind of neat. I like that one. The turning into a puffy lift was kind of funny. Jump, jump, jump is a music level. The blocks appearing to the beat. Special variant being fluff puff. But yeah, those two were really fun. I love those. I really enjoyed that one a lot. What else is there? No, not that one. Yeah, Ninja Disco. The Ninja Jump Party was the one I was thinking of. That one was a lot of fun. Like, as I'm looking at all these different ones, the Goomba one was funny as hell. I actually thought that was pretty fun. And that was another one of the things, like, the whole turns of creativity was adding a, like, having to play as a Goomba and not getting killed. Like, that was kind of fun. The Spike Ball was a hell of a lot of fun. The Ancient Dragon was easily one of my favorites. Like, there were so many good ones. If I had to pick, it's... In terms of level effects, Dragon Boneyard and Downpour Uproar were two of my favorite levels for sure. Just because of their wonder gimmicks. And overall, my favorite ones that affected the player, the Spike Ball, the Goomba, are probably the two that are the best that stand out there. And also, shout out, I mean, I'll give a shout out also to Ninja Jump Party, because that was just so much fun. Just because of the gimmick of it. Deep Magma Bog Special Solar Roller. I think it only took you 2 tries. It was short. Sometimes giving me special world level. Yeah, the special world levels were such a fucking hard ass thing to do. I went so long without getting a game over. And then Star World or Special World just broke me down slowly but surely. Especially the final sequence going into the final badge test and the other final level wonder. Next longest outside of Badge Marathon were Fungi Mine, Special Dangerous Donut Ride, and Petal Isle Special Way of the Goomba. Yeah, okay. The Dangerous Donut Ride, yeah, that one was really annoying. And the Special Way of the Goomba, I mean, while it was fun, God, I just couldn't get the fucking ending right with, like, the birds or whatever it was. I need to bounce off the bubbles and shit, and just fucking really was annoying. I'm so glad that I was able to tough it out, because those were easily some of the hardest levels I have ever played in any Mario game, regardless of which one. It was a tough one. It was a pain in the ass, but it was very rewarding to overcome it in the end. So, do with that as you will. Trying to think if there's anything else before we move on to the next game. I know somebody said ZA, but I'm going to save that for later, since that one I'm going to go into a long ramble on if I do, so we're going to save that. Oh yeah, King Boo is an opera singer. I mean, one, what the hell did they do to my goat? And second of all, it was funny though. It was cool to see him though, that's for sure. It was nice to actually see King Boo come back in this game. The final boss. Probably the hardest. It's funny how in the lead up to that boss, I was playing like absolute shit. And then when it came time to actually do the final boss, it was like, okay, I'll lock in for a little bit. Play the best Mario Wonder that, well, the last really good Mario Wonder I would play, since, you know, everything else that followed it was just a slow breakdown into not being able to just a nightmare, but that's besides the point. The final boss was fun. I liked it. I like that it used the jump gimmick. Call back to that. I mean, I will say though, for being a final boss, it wasn't really that difficult. Once you knew what you were doing, it honestly was kind of a cakewalk. The only thing, it was just took a little bit of time. I know it's not meant to be super difficult, but I kind of put it into perspective of the final boss from like Mario Brothers Wii, which has that long chase down escape sequence, which can be pretty rough sometimes. I mean, granted, yeah, the final bosses have never really been outlandishly difficult, no matter what game, because Mario 3 was easy, Mario World became really easy once you figured out how to do it. Mario 64 was hard for me because I'd never done it. The final bosses aren't ever really... Yeah, aesthetically, it was amazing. The actual fight itself was rather trivial compared to everything else. Honestly, the final badge test was like the true final boss of that game more than anything. I struggled more with the final badge, the invisibility badge, in that final sequence than I did with Bowser. Still a fun boss though, and the level leading up to it was amazing. Like that finale of an orchestra, the different wonder effects throughout. It was a lot of fun. Like, I really enjoyed that level. It's probably the best final level that I've played in a Mario Brothers style game, honestly, since, I mean, it kind of helps that there's not a lot of other comparisons when you look at other games, since all of them are rather trivial. I mean, I guess maybe the only exceptions might be like a Mario Odyssey or Mario 3D World, but I've never played those yet, so I cannot speak on them. He has unique lines if you're using either the invisibility badge or playing as Peach. I did not know that. Another thing I did not address, by the way, was the there were two more things I do need to address, actually, that I kind of forgot about. The character selection and the stickers, because I kind of forgot about those. The character thing, I do appreciate the fact that you were not just limited to Mario. You could play as anybody you wanted, like Luigi, Toad, Peach, Nabbit, whatever. Yeah, the standees. My thing with them, though, is I kind of wish that they didn't heavily skew the difficulty of the game as much as they did, because, you know, Yoshi and Nabbit are basically like baby easy mode, and it's a shame that you can't play them to the same difficulty levels like a Mario or Luigi or Daisy, you know? It's kind of unfortunate. I mean, I get why they offer it, since it's meant to be, like, easier for, like, even younger kids who play this game, but, you know, I would have appreciated the option to play, like, Yoshi or Nabbit or whoever on a harder difficulty, you know what I mean? Because to me, it almost kind of discourages using them in a way, if that makes sense. I mean, not saying there's anything wrong with using them, it just feels like the game punishes you for doing it. That's just a me thing, I guess. I mean, them having different coin blocks and different, like, things appear on the level with them is a cool way to incentivize people to play them, but it sometimes feels like you're kind of just locked into certain characters to make a level more fun, or just to make the game, like, feel like a proper challenge. And as for the standees, I mean, yeah, I don't like them. Nabbit's pure baby mode, at least Yoshi takes back progress on them having the mechanic of being rideable. Yeah. That's the thing, is that I know Nabbit has always been the baby mode since they're basically invincible and can't take any damage, but I do kind of wish you could play as them in, like, a normal setting. Since, I mean, let's say there's a fucking deep Nabbit fan out there, which I know there is, I've seen them. I say this as my sister got me a Nabbit figurine for Christmas. Not that I'm upset about it. I will take it. I just wish that, you know, the game didn't really punish people for picking other characters that are quote-unquote easier. So, like I said, it almost discourages the usage of them. And then the standees, I mean, there's just... At first it was cool, but then once you realize it's just the exact same ones with a different character over it, like it lost its luster. There was nothing cool about them. Not to mention, grinding them was just a massive, like, fucking pain in the ass, and I did not, for the life of me, enjoy it whatsoever. Despite being tied to a medal for completion, the standees were mostly a multiplayer mechanic. Yeah, I mean, I imagine they were. I didn't enjoy collecting them. I hated having to burn coins on them. I hated that I had to go back into levels to play them just to get them in this little fucking gambling ring. Like, it reminded me of the figurines in Kirby and the Forgotten Land, but without the easier luck chances to pull new ones, and or having any lore attached to them or information. So yeah, not a fan of the standees. Granted, it might have changed if I did multiplayer, but that's a whole other can of worms that I need to figure out someday. But overall, really, in terms of gameplay experience and streaming experience, I had a blast. I enjoyed it from beginning to end, even through the tough times. There was a lot of fun memories that I'm going to hold on to. Game-wise, I give it a 9 out of 10. The only reason it's not a 10 out of 10 is because I can't give things 10 out of 10 if there's something in it I can, like, say vehemently just annoyed me throughout. And that, in this case, was the invisible, or not the invisible, the search parties pretty much are the only reason that 1 point is docked. I don't give a lot of games 10s. I'd say 9 is pretty good, mainly just because it was so hard to find any flaws otherwise. I couldn't have been more happy to have experienced that game. And I'm sure I will be there when the expansion or DLC or whatever the fuck it is that is coming out next year. You exhausted the cap you had on flower coins when you got the special roll because how many more I needed? Yeah. It was just ridiculous. I really did not enjoy it. And I hope they don't add more because fuck me. If they do, that's just gonna make me really mad. Oh yeah, and shout out to Flint for being a co-com voice actor and just making it all possible to begin with. That'll help. So, did you already say I can keep your copy Wonder since by the time you get a Switch 2, you're just gonna buy a physical Switch 2? No, I did. No, you did not. I mean, I truly appreciate the fact that you gave it to me, man. Thank you. And I hope you get your copy soon. Because I really do appreciate that you gave it to me and made this whole thing possible. So, thank you so much for doing that for me. Fuck you also, because you're also the reason the Clodsire Temu bullshit happened. The funniest cold opens on stream. Oh yeah. The open mics were fun. The intros were hilarious. All that Gabby J stuff that followed afterwards happened during those streams. I don't need to talk about the Temu Clodsire again. It was basically, intensive purposes, a wonderful experience. And easily... And I mean really easily one of my top favorite projects this year for sure. The Kill Yourself soundboard clip, yeah. Such a wholesome thing to have the sounds of a Clodsire spinning in a circle to charming music. I can do Perfect Dark, yeah. Speaking of another fucking game I was skeptical and didn't really think much about before I tried it. Perfect Dark, I'm gonna scratch this one off right now since this was another passion / favorite stream project that was on. I got a lot of those. I mean, I might not even finish all of these to be honest with you, but Perfect Dark, the only things I knew about Perfect Dark outside of some of the music was watching Flint speedrun / play the levels in it at like a frantic pace. I had very little knowledge of the game otherwise, and I didn't really have any sort of expectations or interest in the game. Mainly just because I didn't really find appeal in older shooters like that. I know it had a cult following and it was popular, but I kind of tended to stray away from older first-person shooters just because they were kind of dated. since I know that GoldenEye and Perfect Dark's like control schemes definitely, you know, didn't age well, or at least I wouldn't. They're not archaic. That's not the word I'm using. It's just they're definitely dated, kind of like how the original Half-Life was. Like they were products of their time. They were revolutionary for their time, and it's easy to appreciate that. Like you can't have rose-tinted lenses when looking at a game like that. You have to be, you know, it's not a matter of, you have to be objective over like coming to terms with the fact and trying to be reasonable and understand why a game was popular for its time. Like for me, I don't see the same appeal in the original Mario Brothers that other people do, who call it a cult classic, a cult phenomenon. I mean, I think it's a good game, but I don't think it's like this holy grail beyond end all like platformer. But for its time, it was revolutionary and legendary, so you have to look at it from that perspective. You know, because obviously, like another example is like comparing older games and franchises to new ones. Like, for example, comparing the original Punch-Out to the newest Punch-Out. Obviously, the newer Punch-Out looks better and I have more fun playing it, but I'm still going to give the flowers and respect to the original for what it did for its time and the charm it had. So I didn't know what to expect going into it because I don't remember what led into being asked about it. Because I know this is the thing, I need to remember this. Flynn asked me about Mario Wonder. I do not remember what the conversation was that led into doing Perfect Dark. I wish I did. Kind of one of those things that just, you don't really think about like what leads up into doing a project. Like some of these things are spur of the moment things or things that I was interested in for a long time. Like, hey, I have Team Fortress 2, I want to stream that, or I have Doom Eternal, I want to play that. You know, oh, Kirby's DLC just came out, let's play it. Pokemon ZA just came out, let's play it. Like, Perfect Dark was one of those instances where it was never on my radar, but once it was brought to my attention and I considered it, that's when the wheels began to turn behind like getting it together. You said you were interested after hearing Kiata to play for a bunch of the Half-Life. Huh. Maybe that might have been it. I know I took intrigue in it for sure. But regardless of how it happened, hello Brandon. You are listening to my voice die, by the way. How's my voice doing, by the way, guys? I didn't realize it, but all the days of excessive coughing, not from a cold, but from whatever fucking thing. I don't know if it's just something in the air or something got stuck in my throat or whatever, but I think my voice has deteriorated pretty badly. Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna tough it out for this last stream, and then that's it. You're not gonna hear from me again until 2026. You can tell it's a little bit hoarse. Yeah. Not out hoarse. But okay. Your voice is... Let's say your voice is a pony. Oh my god. Okay. Excuse me. Anyways, let's get back to what I was trying to say. Starting to sound like Solid Snake. Colonel. I'm in a box. I'm surrounded by gay people. Good actor, this is taking too fucking long. I think I'm gonna kill my voice for this done. So, Perfect Dark. Let's get into that. When I first played it, I didn't know what to expect. Just like with every other fucking game that was brought to my attention that I never tried. But I gotta say, I think if there was one thing that was very needed and important was what system I played it on, because I think that was the make or break. Yeah.
Colonel, trying to sneak around. Dummy Vic. And the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards.
Yeah. That. I'm gonna have no voice left by the time this is over. Probably shouldn't have done that. I wasn't even any good, but I just didn't know it's... Was that even any good? That's gonna break it harder than doing the Kyurem and... What, nothing's gonna hurt worse than Kyurem and Archon, okay? Those two were literal damage to my voice that lasted forever. Was it even that good? I don't think it sounded that good. Anyways. I'm getting completely distracted from what we're supposed to be talking about. Like Batman trying to be Snake? Oh god. Wait, which Batman? Are we talking Christopher Nolan Batman? Ben Affleck Batman? Okay. Perfect Dark. Jesus Christ, I'm getting distracted. Dark Knight era? Oh, thank God. First off, the make or break for me was what I played it on. When I tried it on the N64 emulator, oh my fucking god, it was awful. That shit sucks so fucking bad. Like, I'm not even kidding you. The controls were awkward. It was stiff. It was hard to aim. That shit was just literal dog shit. If I would have tried it on that, I probably would have given up like a level or two in. No offense. Granted, it probably doesn't help I wasn't using an N64 controller, but even then, it's just, the controls were very hard to figure out. Like, it's one of those things I am very appreciative I got to try it in its best quality on a keyboard and mouse. So, to have that happen, to experience it in a proper way, I think that kind of boosted the experience for sure. I will admit, for a game, the worst version to play it on, Switch NSO with a controller with Dead Zone on a piss poor emulator. Yeah. It was a good thing I did emulator right away, because I probably would have quit like a level in and that would have been very sad. So, yeah, let's get into the actual game itself. Exceeded all my expectations for sure. Like, the story itself was really engaging. I found it to be very enjoyable. The whole thing with the different factions that you're going against. Like, not just... What the fuck was the name of the goddamn... Data9 Corporation. And then the Skadar, like, dealing with both of them was a lot of fun. Story was engaging. The gameplay itself was actually a lot of fun. Voice acting was actually pretty good for a game released in 19 whatever, like the early 90s or late 90s, maybe early 2000s. I don't know what year it came out. Like, all the levels were actually really good. I didn't really have a level in particular that I hated. That's not to say there wasn't ones that were worse than others. There definitely wasn't, like, Data9, Skadar, Mayans, NSA, Carrington Institute. Okay, thank you. Which, first off, like, the music in the game, really good. I really enjoyed a lot of the action music. I liked the atmospheric music with like the stages like Chicago, for example. And the relaxing shit like the Carrington Institute, which is probably one of the best songs in the whole game. I mean, shit, it was a running joke for a while that whenever Flynn had the game booted up, he just put it on Chicago for a while and leave it at that. So, pretty good shit. The GOAT, Grant Kirkhope. Is he... Did I make that comparison? Is Grant Kirkhope to you what Manfred Linzer is to me then? I think that's an apt comparison, right? And for anyone who doesn't know who Manfred Linzer is, the Iridian composer, just so anyone just didn't know. So yeah. The music, phenomenal. There was not many misses. Like, it's one of those games that I definitely could listen to a lot of the soundtrack when I'm bored. Like Carrington Institute, Chicago being the two standouts for sure, to me personally. The ending credits song also really good. The levels, really fun. The weapons, really cool. I liked the different weapons in the game. Like for a game released in the late 90s as an FPS title, there were a lot more weapons than I was expecting. And very creative ones, you know. The laptop gun was really fun. What the hell was the golden gun was funny. The revolver, you know, you have all the standard stuff. Then you have like the dragon, super dragon, you know, of all the different like little quirks they had, like throwing the gun or a grenade launcher or the little fucking sedation weapon. Like, there were so many great weapons in the game. You had I think it's called the Cyclone. You know, the gun where it looks like you're putting a Kit Kat bar through it when you're reloading. That was funny as fuck. We had a name for the laptop gun back day. We can't say it now. Yep, Cyclone. Yeah, there was a lot of great stuff. I like the I like the drone that just shot like those darts to drug people. That was funny. Tranquilizer being the dark gun. I don't know why I was thinking of sedation. I mean, it's what it basically is, a sedative or something like that. The remote bomb was hilarious. There was just a lot of creative weapons, and it was a lot of fun to use them. And one thing I appreciate, by the way, and this is the big thing that was also another factor, because I said I really love the levels. There was a lot of great levels throughout. Air Force One, Chicago, Skadar Ruins, even though, you know, it was brutal at the end. The reason I like the levels a lot really also boiled down to two things: the weapon selection / like equipment selection and the difficulty, which I think Perfect Dark, no pun intended, perfectly encapsulates how difficulty should be treated in a game. Because it doesn't punish you for playing on the weaker difficulties. It gives you the same ending, gives you the same cutscenes, gives you the same everything, which is impressive for the 90s, considering back then you couldn't do that with a lot of games. You had to beat them on the hardest difficulty to get the best ending. Like, you had to beat... Look, and yes, I get it that you do unlock more levels by beating the game on harder difficulties, yes, but think back to a game like, I don't know, I can't believe I'm going to use this as an example, but after watching Ray Narvaez Jr. play Superman 64, how they got locked out of the final levels because they were playing the game on easy difficulty. And then even when they raised the difficulty, had to go to the hardest one again just to get the best ending, which was a dogshit ending, just to even get it. Yeah, an actual reward. That's what I like. And it's not even just a matter of rewarding the player, it's giving them more to do. Because when you play on easy, there's a lot of meticulous details or objectives that are omitted, you don't have to do them. Like in the game itself, one of the ones I'm thinking of at the top of my head was the villa, where you have to save the negotiator. But when you play on the harder difficulties, you're the actual negotiator. And in that same level, you only have to pretty much kill all the guards and then go and rescue your boss. But if you play on a harder difficulty, you have to do more than that. You have to stop like a data breach, a hack. Like when you're invading Datadyne, the first time around, I'm pretty sure all you have to do is just sneak through everybody and get down to like their, like all that. But each level not only got more challenging depending on which difficulty you played on, they gave you more objectives and made it more difficult. They gave you more to do, more to explore. And that's something I actually really liked, which is something I hadn't seen in many other games. Because not many other games I played are similar in that notion of you can play on the easier difficulties, but then we'll give you more objectives playing on the harder ones and some bonuses for completing them. That is what I really like. Because it encouraged people to play the earlier difficulties to get a feel for the game, to then tackle them on the harder difficulties. So it made it more rewarding and more fun, and didn't discourage people from just playing on the easier difficulties first. Yeah. Not to mention, not just like level tweaks, but also, you know, like, for example, you know, obviously making it harder to survive, making ammo more scarce. You know, you have to be more resourceful, and you can't be running around like a fucking gun-toting, just heavy machine gunning asswipe, like run and gun, blasting everything like in the earlier difficulties. You actually have to be a little bit more cheeky and precise, because you get hit once and all your shit's gone. You know, that's kind of the idea. And yeah, for a game for its time. No, there we go. For a game of its time, they had so many things that you just don't really think about in modern games, or like, it's something you don't think about on the surface, but are nice details, like Gardy said, like the different characters saying hi to her, whether it be at the Carrington Institute or enemies, you know, saying hi when you're in disguise. Like, those are neat little touches. All the dialogue and the witty banter is really nice. I mean, they are British, so some of the humor is pretty dry, but I mean, that's by design, I guess. Levels were creative. The extra objectives and tweaks and difficulty curves encouraged you to actually play the earlier difficulties so you could get a feel for the harder ones and feel more rewarded and get the bonus missions, which the bonus missions were a nice touch as well. It was nice to have them add extra bits to the game and allow you to experience other events, like, you know, the capturing of, what the hell was her name? Was it Cassandra? Is that her name? What's the name of the girl that got kidnapped? Is it Cassandra? I could be wrong on that. I don't know why that name came up. Okay, I was right. Never mind. Yeah, like doing that. The war mission where you went to war against the Skadar and you actually played as the aliens. Like, there were so many creative ones. So the levels, amazing. Music, amazing. The difficulty, perfect, no pun intended, in that it handled properly how to tackle everything. Like how to approach playing it on an easier difficulty and preparing yourself for the harder ones. The story itself was really good. I enjoyed it from start to finish. I was actually hooked on what was going on. And I actually liked the characters in it, which is something that's not really usually common to first-person shooters, to really get interested in the characters, but I liked Joanna. Elvis was fun. You know, their chemistry was really nice. It was overall a very pleasant experience and a very fun one. One that I was not expecting from an N64 game that old, especially as someone who really kind of discredited the N64 for the longest time, but obviously this year kind of changed my mind on that or proved me different. Since I did play a lot of N64 games this year, Perfect Dark, Kirby 64, Mario, well, I didn't play Mario 64 this year, but it was one of the other ones that kind of helped out. So now I can kind of start to understand why people say it's their favorite console. Mr. Blanc, Cassandra, Chinese Daniel, Carrot, Jonathan the President. Yeah, you actually cared about these characters to an extent. There were some that really didn't matter to me, like... I'm sorry, I had to. I had to. All right, cool. Now that we're done with that, back to the back to Perfect Dark. Okay. No, that's too loud. It's too loud. That's too loud. Hold on. Too loud. Too loud. Too loud. that horn just blasted someone's eardrums out. I'm sorry. All right. Hearing loss aside, back to what we were talking about. What are they talking about? All right. Obviously, not all the characters were as engaging. Like Mr. Blonde really didn't stand out too much, since no one really knew who he was. It could have been anybody, since it was the Skadar pretending to be humans. Cassandra, I mean, they were there. They were definitely a sassy bitch. And I will say, at least the nice thing is they were very admirable in sacrificing themselves for you. Which was fair. Daniel Carrington. You know, the president. Normally you don't care about the CEOs or presidents of corporations, but, you know, this one was very vital in helping you. Jonathan, I mean, he had his moments, even if you decided to let him die. And, yeah, the president. The president, speaking of which, you know, the running joke that this game predicted a lot of shit is kind of hilarious. Glad to know that they were only just like a decade or so away. She did say to herself she did in a roundabout way to get revenge on the Skadar by letting you escape and wreak havoc. Yeah, her dying allowed you to go and overthrow the Skadar. So, her death was not in vain. Obama, IRL laptop gun, the NSA, AI, yeah, pretty much. Overall, all of that just made everything such a pleasant experience, you know? Characters were great, story was good, levels were fun, weapons were creative, like, there's very little to complain about. I mean, is it a perfect game? And no, of course not. Because even then, there's still some levels that weren't as fun. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and praise every level in the game for sure. Since obviously there were just a few that weren't as engaging or interesting. And some of the side missions just weren't as fun. Like, War overall was not really that... Like, despite the idea of being able to play as an alien to fight the Skadar, it was not really that fun. Especially with how the spawn rates worked. Like, the spawning was broken, the fights were in such close corridors. I didn't really enjoy it that much. Granted, it was a side mission or bonus mission, so it didn't really affect the quality as much. Though the level following Air Force One was kinda... Well, the thing with it is I just didn't really enjoy how big it was, the sheer volume of size of the level. Since really, to be honest, there was a whole chunk of it you didn't even need to use. Like, there's that whole open area of ice and snow near the UFO where Elvis crashed where you don't even need to go there. You can circle all the way around. I know it's another path, but like, it kind of made the level feel way bigger and way more daunting than it needed to be. And I guess the consistency of the maps was not really... It was kind of all over the place. Ironically, I think you did it in one go on Perfect Agent, or at least less than tries. Yeah, I think that one wasn't that bad, really. I mean, definitely I will say the pacing of some of the levels was a little bit wonky. Because obviously, once you tack on more objectives, it becomes a little... It's obviously going to take longer. But even then, some of the levels, it just felt like they dragged on a little bit. Like I said, Crash Site was pretty long. The Villa one with the Negotiator where you're playing that one kind of dragged on a little bit in the sense that there was a lot more backtracking you had to do throughout the house itself to get the objectives done. You're just kind of running around like crazy to get shit done. Along with eliminating all the snipers, like that kind of made it drag out just a little bit. It's not a big deal, just a tiny nitpick, but it definitely... I mean, it felt like they just made the villa extremely large. I mean, yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's the idea is that it's an unknown area and in the wild or the wilderness, and you know, it's just a lot of uncertainty after a dramatic crash. It just, there were so many parts of it that just, it felt like it didn't need to be there. It really didn't. And then, of course, I think another complaint I have, and this is only minor, is, I guess, the idea, like, Pelagic 2 has a lot more pointless areas than Crash Site. Oh, yeah, for sure. That's the kind of thing that some of the levels did have issues with, is that there's just a lot of areas you don't even need to really explore and kind of just go unnoticed. Like, Chicago, despite the multitude of objectives, there's not a lot of open space in Chicago outside of like that one little like gutter area or whatever. It's actually a really tiny map when compared to So, that's just the thing with a lot of the levels. They had a lot of creative elements and a lot of space to roam, but some of it also just kind of felt like filler. There's a bar that's completely optional in Chicago near the taxi you're supposed to hug. Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't even notice. Okay. Like a lot of the levels, you know, it feels like there's a lot of filler to make it more maze-like, if that makes sense. Like the crash site being the example of that, having that extra bit of space to kind of just make things feel more open-ended and confusing. Same with the following level, which, why the hell can I not remember the name of it? It's the one with the Miyamoto camo at the beginning where the ship is so fucking large, and some of it just feels like it's just there to confuse you on purpose as a point, and I get that's the idea, but some of it just feels like padding. A Pelagic? Okay. It is Pelagic, yeah. Pelagic is this one I was talking about. And then the level that comes after it, another example, kind of a weird... It has this weird thing with it where, depending on the difficulty you're playing, you have to follow a certain path with Elvis, and it changes depending on the difficulty. Where it gets more involved on the hardest difficulty in Perfect Agent, like it leads you down a different path. Yeah, Deep Sea. But in like the secondary difficulty, you backtrack this really weird path, and it just feels nonsensical. And so the sense of the direction in the game has points in it where it just feels off. It doesn't feel right. Crash site areas can be big. Deep Sea just has weird approaches to it throughout. Like, it feels so confused. Like, it feels different on all three, not just because of the objectives, but just because of how they handle the pathing. I mean, in the ending escape is the exact same, but the way you get to that sequence changes in all three difficulties, and it's so confusing to me personally. And then, of course, you know, you have the easier ones, like the Carrington Institute defense mission. You know, that one's pretty straightforward because there's not as much, and really, if you explored the whole institute, you knew about everything anyway. The Skadar Ruins, which is basically as almost as straightforward as can get, though it is a little hard to tell what you can do on certain areas. And the other thing with Perfect Dark also is that with all those equipment options that I mentioned, it's good that, like I mentioned, it gives you the specific ones you need attributed to each level, so you don't have to... It's not like other games where you have to pick and choose and hope you're right. It gives you the exact gear you need, but at the same time, in a way, it feels like certain ones get utilized more than others, if that makes sense. Like, other ones get neglected compared to other options in the game.
Like, okay, I was trying to think of an example, and one that comes to mind that I can think of is the... I forget the name of it. It's the one that you use in Pelagic 2. I think you use it in the Skadar Ruins when you're trying to identify... Not to identify the wall, but... It allows you to see certain things. You use it in Area 51 as well, when you're trying to find Elvis, or the dead alien. Like, that one gets used a couple times, and it has its purpose, but then, obviously, it's useless in other levels. Like, the Cam Spy, for example, you use it maybe twice. Yeah, the X-ray scanner, yeah. The Cam Spy you use in level 2, when you're trying to get the radioactive sample, and then you use it to spy on the corporation in the second Chicago mission. But then after that, I don't even think you use it again. So, they have all these different equipment items and tools and stuff, and I personally think all of them are neat, and I'm glad that all of them actually are used, like, properly throughout. It just feels like maybe some of them might have gotten neglected a little bit more, and I think, like, one of my biggest complaints is the whole tease with that weapon that you get at the end, where you get the prototype of that gun in the Carrington Institute Defense mission, you use it once, and then you never get another chance to use it again. It felt like a tease, like, hey, you finally get access to this really cool weapon, and you get to use it for a bit and feel all cool and shit, and then it's taken away from you, and then that's the end of it. Yeah, the RCP-120. They tease it in this mission, and granted, I know it's not like one of those things they tease throughout the whole game to make it seem like a bigger deal, but it's one of those things that it just feels like a little bit of a tease to me in the sense of you went through all that effort and you get this weapon and it's really cool and has this probably one of the best gimmicks in the whole game, and then it's gone after one mission. Like, you may have used it for what, 30 seconds maybe, if even that, a minute depending on how long it took you to activate the final sequence. Because even the worst weapons in the game or other random niche ass weapons got used longer. They mostly used for distracting purposes. In fact, the Can Spies needed to get weapons cache and data dying investigation. Yeah, and that's the thing, like I said, each of them have their purposes. It just, for some reason, I guess it maybe to me just feels like certain ones didn't get as much a chance to shine as others did. Would have been thematic to get an attack ship by Elvis, but understandably might have been a bust weapon to use with magazine size. I mean, that is true, but at the same time, pretty much only made sense to use that normal attack up in the can defense. Yeah, and like I said, I mean, I get that. I get the point. Even then, I mean, I guess the only counter argument I could make for the attack ship for Elvis would have been like just changing the magazine size so it felt more like you had to use it more sparingly. But I mean, I guess to be fair, with a weapon of that stature, there was only so much they could get away with using it for a certain amount of time, since the gimmick itself honestly kind of breaks the game. So I mean, from that standpoint, I can understand it, but at the same time, it also just does kind of feel a little bit like a tease, like you went through all that to get it and then it's gone so soon. So weapons wise, I mean, there was a lot of options. It was nice to use them all. I will admit some of them just really didn't have a purpose in the game, I'm not gonna lie. Like throwing stars, for example, I'm pretty sure... Throwing knives. I say throwing stars. The knives were in the game, you really didn't need them. They were just there for challenges. And honestly, speaking of the challenges, before I give my overall final thoughts on the game, let's go over the challenges. How in the fuck was anyone expected to do those with an N64 controller? Some of those challenges were hard to do with a keyboard and mouse. Imagine trying to do that with an N64 controller, or even worse, imagine trying to do it on the N64 emulator. That would have been fucking awful. I couldn't imagine that. No way. That would have been like... That would have been a joke. It would have been impossible. I wouldn't have fucking done it. Some of them were really fun, like the grenade challenges or the dragons, like the assault rifles, and you know, you had to be precise or time your shots and whatnot, all that. Some just... I don't even understand why they had challenges to begin with. Like I said, the knife throwing one just felt really out of place. It really did. All those random challenges were cool, like the whole shooting range thing, it was fun to do, but it also just took a while and just really was hard. Very hard to do. Even on a keyboard and a mouse. Other than that, I don't have any more things I can think of off the top of my head that I wanted to go into about the game. I mean, I've spoken on everything else about it. Is it just like what I said with Mario Wonder, is it one of my favorite FPS games of all time? No. Like, I wouldn't say it's top 5 or anything like that, but it doesn't matter. It was great for what it provided. It was very pleasant and exciting to experience an old game like that and understand why people liked it so much. And made me appreciate it a lot more. I'm glad that I got the chance to experience it again, and it's another one of those projects that was really fun to do from start to finish, even during the frustrating bits, because there was occasional moments of frustration, but wasn't anything like too daunting or impossible to overcome. I mean, hell, with Skadar Ruins, I struggled the shit out of that one on the earlier difficulties, but by the time I got to the final boss on Skadar Ruins on the final difficulty, I was so used to it that it actually wasn't even that bad. So, overall, the experience was amazing. I'm so glad that I was able to experience it again, thanks to Flint's recommendation and just enjoying having him as a co-com for that. And, you know, allowing me to appreciate some of these older titles that I probably wouldn't have been able to understand or play myself if I didn't have someone nudging me in the right direction. So again, thank you for that. And this is the last game I have on here that you and I did as a collab. The only other thing we did otherwise would be the music streams, which I'll get into later. Otherwise, thank you so much for all that. And don't worry, guys, it's not over. Trust me. I've been in talks with him on games we're gonna do next year. I'm not gonna spoil what games those are, but we have been in talks. There's going to be another series of games that we do next year. I hope all of you will be there for the ride for that one. So overall, as a game, I feel like I'm always too generous. I'd say about 8.5 out of 10. Mainly just because of the... I dock points just for some of the complaints I have with the level design in terms of like how things can get dragged out, or the crypticness of it, some of the pointless weapons, and I think also just because it just, I don't know. Still an amazing game, regardless. By far one of my favorite games I played this year for sure. So that's those two done. I have a lot more of these bigger ones, but what I'm probably gonna do just to, you know, speed this up is I'm gonna go through some of the lesser things, like the one-offs. That way I can just get them out of the way, since these are stuff I don't even know if I'll come back to, if ever, or... Excuse me. Don't really have plans for at the moment. That way I can save the passion stuff closer to the end. So I'm just gonna speed run some of these as quickly as I can. Some of these were things I did back when some of the people here weren't even watching, actually, so I'm just gonna be quick about some of these. Like, I'm just gonna pick one, for example, out of nowhere, like Slay the Spire. I only put this here because technically I did like a long-term stream of this with Glitchy and Kim with like mods. For anyone who stalks my Steam profile, and I know there's some people who do, they know that I like to play this game a lot off stream. It's a lot of fun. It's addicting for whatever reason. In terms of stream entertainment, though, yeah, I don't imagine this being something that catches on again. I tried it once. I didn't really see an appeal behind it. Mainly just because it's one of those games that require a lot of heavy thinking and, like, planning and stuff, and you need a lot of focus. And sometimes it kind of makes it hard to stream those sort of games because you have to be on your A game paying attention a lot. Which, I know the saying can be said for speedrunning, but speedrunning, to me, I guess also in a way feels a lot more engaging and entertaining as opposed to, you know, like a roguelike card game. I mean, it was fun, but I don't expect to do it again anytime soon. Battletoads with Tio was hilarious. I had never played Battletoads, not the original one, but it was fun to play the SNES one with like the Double Dragon crossover. Even though, of course, yes, we didn't get the best ending because of that whole bullshit of, oh, you used a password, you're a cheater, McCheaty face, piece of shit. Like, fuck you. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really know how to feel about the... I don't expect to revisit Battletoads anytime soon. You really want to try to do Battletoads with map, but you already know it'll go terrible? Give it a shot at some point. I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch, even if it ends up being a disaster. Which subsequently then leads into the same game that we also played Wild Guns on that stream. Never played Wild Guns before, but it was a lot of fun. Hard as shit, and stressful at the end. It definitely kind of broke me down a bit, but it was a lot of fun. It's fun to play those little Western shoot-'em-up games. And overall, just being able to play any of those retro games with Tio was actually a nice little one-off distraction. It's always nice to branch off and just do niche things here and there, you know? I enjoyed that. And Wild Guns was a very niche game that overall was a lot of fun. Really. Arcade games being Queen Eaters as usual, yeah. It was an arcade style, like, shoot 'em up that was a lot of fun. And Battletoads, I mean, you know, it's as a beat 'em. I'm not saying a lot about these since, you know, they're pretty straightforward compared to the other games I mentioned. Like, the combat was fun, the levels were cool, but, you know, definitely frustrating. And now, I'm gonna rip the band-aid off with this one because this one honestly kind of hurts. And out of all the ones I'm going to talk about tonight, this one might actually be the most genuinely disappointing out of all of them. Sparking Zero. Oh boy, where do I begin with this one? Oh man, you know, as someone who was raised up on the Budokai series, Budokai Tenkaichi as well, to say that this game fell short of my expectations and enjoyment, oh my fucking god. And this is the thing, is that this game was never meant to be an online experience under any circumstances. I mean, I can't blame the developers for that. I know that in today's modern age, you have to integrate online to get people interested in fighting games. But Budokai was always the party-esque game that you brought, well, like your friends, whether it was at school or like at a party or like you were just gaming with your folks. The game is severely unbalanced on purpose because it's supposed to be a wacky, like, open world fighter with constant action, constant moves. You know, it was never meant to be like this serious, like, competitive game. I mean, it could never, it's not like Dragon Ball FighterZ where things are way more balanced. You know, Budokai, it's not like Dragon Ball FighterZ where you can have a Yamcha go even with Brawly, or a Krillin go even with fucking Ultra Instinct Goku. You know, Budokai Tenkaichi's always been the game where it's like, oh, you wanted to pick shit, I was trying to think of that. Like, you want to pick some old Dragon Ball character like, I don't know, Mercenary Tao against Omega Shenron, you're gonna get your ass whooped. Because of the power scaling. The games are purposely meant to be like that. The problem is they tried to integrate that with online matches and it just fucked everything up. Overall, the story, there's not a lot to go into with the story because every Dragon Ball game has the exact same story. I mean, I do give them props for the what-if scenarios, like Frieza recruiting his family for the Tournament of Power. That was cool. The alternate universe where you actually defeat Goku Black, or the alternate storyline where Majin Vegeta turns on Babidi. Like, those were actually really neat. I'm glad they added those, because it's similar to what the old Budokai games where they had different what-if scenarios. And speaking of the what-if scenarios, you want to talk about a fucking tease and a half. It was them introducing the ability to make your own stories, and this could have been so good. It was dog shit. Because the scenarios that they made themselves were not good. Other people's scenarios, I mean, some of them have good intentions, like, you know, oh, you have like a Frieza family battling like the Ginyu Force or some shit. And then you just, of course, have the unreasonable ones where it's like, hey, play as Kid Goku and beat Perfect Cell, Beerus, Whis, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Like, it was once, it's like how you gave players the ability to make their own Mario levels, and what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Most of them were gonna make Kaizo-like-esque nightmares, or just really stupid gimmicks that are just not possible to overcome. Like, I don't want to play as Oob and fight every single form of Majin Buu back to back to back to back, okay? I don't want to play as Yamcha and take down fucking 5 gorillas. Alright? Just ridiculous. Those were not fun at all. And then the actual gameplay itself. I mean, there were so many fucking characters. I mean, of course, the thing that I have, like a big complaint that I had, and granted, I know it may seem minor, but this is something that never made sense to me. Why the fuck did they even cut out the Dragon Ball characters to begin with? They made room for the Super roster, yes, I get that. And they obviously made room for Daima characters for whatever fucking reason. And some other alternate universe character. But why did the Dragon Ball characters have to get omitted? Why is Android 8 not in there? Why is Mercenary Tao or the original Goku? Like, why were those taken out? I get it that, you know, they had a lot more characters to add for Super and stuff like that, but you're telling me you couldn't keep them in? They had been a staple in the other games. Why take them out? I mean, I get it. Not everyone really gives a shit if they can't play as Android 8 or whoever that fucking Red Ribbon Army guy was. I get that. But it just feels weird that they would take some of them out and leave some in that nobody else is going to care about. You know, some of those Tournament of Power characters, who wants to play as some of those? I didn't want to play as any of them. Yeah, General Blue. I get it. A lot of people don't want to play General Blue. Do you think people want to play that fucking cat woman from, like, that Timu cat lady from whatever universe in the Tournament of Power? Fuck no. I don't want to play as Dispo, okay? Nobody gave a shit about Dispo. The only fighters from that universe anybody cared about was Topo and Jiren. I don't even know why Dispo was there to begin with. Yeah, Commander Red. You can add him. Mercenary Tao, as I've already been over. O'Reilly, the fucking gimmick character. Hell, have some of the Dragon Ball movie characters in there too. The fact that they were taken out made no fucking sense. And then, of course, comes the major appeal to this game. The actual matches themselves. Pilaf isn't there? No, Pilaf is there, I'm pretty sure. I'd actually have to check. I hope he is. It'd be really fucked up if he wasn't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Pilaf is not even in Sparking Zero, no. It was just not at all. Or at least from what I've seen, I couldn't find him. It's just, they just cut so many of those characters and it made no sense. And yet they just add all these random ones that nobody really wanted to play. I mean, I get it. Not every roster is going to be equal, but... And then, of course, comes the biggest issue I have. The actual state of the matches themselves. How they handled online. Basically, once people realized that this game was meant to be a casual... Oh yeah, Tambourine's not in the game in there either. He's not. I think Devilman's not even in the game either. And you know how fucking broken Devilman could be with his Devil Knight beam? You know, in Budokai Tenkaichi Free, that shit scaled the evil or the villain? Fuck, imagine what he did against someone like the not the Shadow Dragons, whatever. Goku Black, Goku Rose. That shit would be fucking lethal. But no, they're not there. So, fuck them for that. And the online matches. These were the biggest blunder out of all of them. Because you had casual, and you had ranked, and you had team and ranked. Now, I understand the DP system. I get that. I completely understand why they added a point limit to team battles online, because if they didn't do that, then you already knew that everyone was just gonna pick fucking Whis, Jiren, Beerus, fucking whatever. And every game would be cluttered with that. Just like when you did one-on-one matches online, and oh, what would you know? You go from fighting Super Saiyan Blue Vegito to Ultra Instinct Goku to Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta to Brawly to Omega Shenron maybe. Or Whis or Beerus, like over and over and over again. But you know what? The problem is that the devs actually tried to balance the game. A game that is so horrifically unbalanced that they tried to... They didn't even try to balance it, actually. They broke it. They wanted to keep the spirit of it being heavily unbalanced alive by nerfing the weaker characters. Have you ever seen a game nerf the weaker characters on purpose to keep the stronger characters better? You know that saying, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer? That's pretty much what this was. They nerfed Yajirobe. They nerfed certain skills like false courage. False courage is a defensive mechanic that boosted your armor. You know why they nerfed that? So the androids wouldn't be as good anymore. So 19 and Jiro, like, they literally gutted them. And for what? So characters like Brawly and Whis and Gogeta could remain strong? Oh, God forbid that they need to be strong. Oh my God. I mean, look, nothing needs to be said any further than how the game was received and the fact that, what, it lost 90% of its players like a month in? Everybody moved on. And my brother and his buddies said that they regretted buying the Ultimate Edition. And keep in mind, I bought the game at full price. No special editions or anything because I wanted to play it. I had fun streaming it though, don't get me wrong, it was fun, but it just became the same grueling slog over and over again, going against people who are just tryhards, going against people who use the same lineups. Like, the blessing and the curse of the DP system is, yes, people were diversifying, but then they were also just picking the meta. This game shouldn't have a fucking meta! And if characters had an advantage, they'd take them away. To make the stronger characters stronger. God forbid. Because Super Saiyan Blue Vegito surely could never win against a Master Roshi with false courage. Oh my God. I mean, sure, I could understand nerfing Yajirobe since, yes, you could stall with the Sensu Bean and just fucking win your games, but come on. What do you gotta nerf the androids for? So, well, the fact that they were trying to balance it didn't help. Also, the fact that for the longest time, and I don't know if this is still a thing, if you were losing, you just fucking quit. You just quit. Your rank doesn't get affected. Your win-loss record doesn't get affected. And you know what? There was no repercussion for it. If you were literally getting belt to ass in the middle of a game, someone was just dog walking you, you could turn the game off and get no punishment for it. And go find another game. And everybody abused it. Hell, I did it a couple times. Because what's the penalty? I mean, seriously, that's literally encouraging it. Like, there's no penalty for it. Why not? Is it dishonorable? Does it make you look like a bitch? Yes! Did it stop people from doing it? No! I'm like, fuck, if people are gonna do it to me, I'll do it back! So overall, out of every game that is currently listed on here, this is without a doubt the most disappointing one, and that hurts me so much. Because Sparking Zero is still a fun game. Stream material? No. It's one of those things you would have to play with your friends. You would have to be willing to just shoot the shit, do random things, just fly around, have fun. You can't play it in a competitive way. It will never succeed that way. Ever. So, honestly, out of every game I played this year and last year is the most disappointing by far. I'm gonna move on now to Mario Kart World. This one, I only have listed as a one-off because it feels incomplete. I loved the tracks, the music, the free roam, the couples nights. Like, I loved everything about this game. The only reason I can't give much more of an opinion or how much enjoyment I've gotten out of streaming it, outside of like the battle royales that were challenging, the free roam, which was amazing, the character roster, which I do have gripes about, is just that it feels incomplete. Mainly because the Switch 2 is so young, none of us have the game yet, so we aren't able to do races or do like group sessions yet, so I'm going to actually omit this one for now. In terms of what I've experienced so far, I love it. And I know a lot of people got all pissy about this thing winning the best racing game. And a lot of people don't like the game because it's different from the others. Because anytime they try to do something different, there's always going to be people who don't like it and don't accept the changes. I like it for what it is. Is it going to be a better, like overall experience of racing compared to 8? Probably not. But I enjoy what it tried to do. And I feel like once more people start getting it, and we can start doing more things like actual races online and bigger free roam lobbies, then I might have more to say about it. But until then, I'd say it's an inconclusive opinions, if that makes sense. That makes sense to everybody? Like, is that a fair enough assertion? Or do you feel like maybe there should be more to that? Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one then. Black Ops Zombies. I literally did this once. It had a funny clip to it. I played it for 40 rounds and died. Is it something I would stream again? Maybe. The reason I'm not gonna do this again for the time being is because I don't want to do it solo. While I enjoyed it for the one-off time to experience some nostalgia, zombie games like this are always better with your friends. Like Left 4 Dead or Black Ops. It's one of those things that if I'm gonna stream this ever again, I need a group of people. Whether it be 3 or 4. Because those make these a lot more fun. It was obviously really fun to revisit and kind of just do and have fun, and ironically I got the furthest rounds I ever had on that stream, but you know, it was fun to play. So if anyone ever wants to play it, just let me know. Maybe I'll consider it again. I don't know how many people have the original Black Ops, but you know, I know that COD has its little reputation. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about Black Ops Zombies. The Smash Brothers Brawl events. I put this on here because I did those originally. It was really neat to do them. Some of them gave me memories of how dog shit they are, like the fucking Dragoon event where you have to get all the dragon pieces to get the Warriors off the halberd. That shit fucking sucked. There was the really weird ones, like protecting the oversized DK who doesn't need protecting. The thing is huge. Kill them. Kill the Lucario and Sheik. Like, what the fuck are you doing? There was a lot of brain dead AI throughout it too, with the giant Charizard meltdown, the fucking final event where half of the CPUs decided to just pull an SD after they killed me once. Though, other than that, it was fun to revisit them. I'm gonna save that for another time, though, because I still need to do them with Bonnie, and we are also gonna do Melee, so I'm gonna put this one to the side. Okay. I have Make Way listed here. Technically, that's an ongoing one because I do that a lot. Now, the reason why I'm just gonna get this one out of the way is just because overall as a game, Make Way is a lot of fun. I really love the game. I'm glad that I've been able to play it in all its chaotic nature. Why is it that I'm not going into it further and why I'm not going to be doing it more often right now? You guys want the truth? I want a better group to play with. I don't feel like do I really... look, no offense to the group I play it with now, which is my older brother's group, but they're too much sometimes. Like, you guys think I'm bad. It shows that they don't really have boundaries or filters when we play. They'll just say some shit that is just not appropriate and out of line, and a lot of the recent Make Way sessions, they have been fun, but most of the time, like, half of the group is high, and it's not as engaging with the game as it should be. Especially when you have like 2 or 3 people committed and then the other half who are just smoking dope and not really paying attention. So I do want to stream it more because Make Way itself, a blast. One of the best party games I've played in a long time. I just need another group to play it with because I'm going to continue to keep playing with them. Don't get me wrong. There's going to be more of those, but you can understand why I want to add different people to spice it up and, you know, give myself a little boost, you know what I mean? Because as a game itself, phenomenal. I just need new people. Yeah, I will gladly do it next year. Okay. Speaking of other community title games, Jackbox Survey Scramble. Now, we have not done this one in a bit. This one was really good. I don't tend to do a lot of Jackbox community games, mainly because I just also don't really do a lot of community games nowadays. I haven't done a community night in a while. I would like to do more, and I want to make it a goal next year to try and host more community nights, whether it's Mario Kart, Jackbox, whatever. Furnace Forever. Yeah, that's the thing, is that it really was fun, all the different game modes for Jackbox Survey Scrabble. I loved the different options they had. Like, you had the obvious high-low, you know, for answering surveys, which was good. Though, of course, once you knew the answers, it was kind of easy to do, so you kind of had to hope that updates came out frequently for it, you know, to kind of change everything. But then you also had dares, which was actually really good. I like the idea of trying to get lower or higher answers on purpose. You know, it added an extra element of strategy to the game. Squares, which was really fun. Racing, which was nice. The only one I didn't really like was obviously Rapids, because people, you know, just sometimes can't do it. And then that one where you're bounced, like, it's like a game of, I don't even think this is the apt comparison, but it's like Arkanoid, where you're bouncing a ball up and down. They love the Gates OST tonight? Well, yeah, there's a lot of Gates tracks in here. It's just, that one's not really fun. It was Dash, that's what it's called. So now that they've updated it a lot, and I think they've probably added more, I would like to do more Jackbox Survey Scramble next year. And I'm sure people will want to do other Jackbox titles. I will give it a consideration as well. Like I said, I just want to do more community stuff. It has been a hot minute. Okay. Going on to the last community one that I have here that isn't like a long-term thing, Mario Kart 8. I think my only regret with Mario Kart 8 was that I didn't do as many streams of it as I wish I did. I wish I streamed it more. I wish I held more community games for Mario Kart 8 when the time was there. But, of course, the 2-year gap where I was pretty much incognito from Twitch didn't help that. And now with Mario Kart World being a thing, I don't see a lot of people playing Mario Kart anymore. But every time I stream Mario Kart 8, with the exception of maybe one time where it was like a solo thing, it was a blast. And that's the thing I loved about Mario Kart, is that it gave me the chance to play with other people, have fun, talk about whatever, while also, you know, being engaged in the race is kind of like Make Way. And just laughing and joking and having a good time. I know that Mario Kart 8 is on its last legs and pretty much is no longer like a main focus since World has taken over, but I appreciated having all those Mario Kart 8 streams. There were a lot of amazing things that came out of them. I want to do one more, at least. I wouldn't say as a send-off, but at least one more proper Mario Kart 8 Deluxe stream with everybody. Especially now that we have more people who have the game. We gotta do one more. And once again, I'm gonna do everything in my power to organize it. Because there's just so much fun to be had with Mario Kart. So, keep an eye out for that one. Alright, moving on to the next one. We have Scarlet and Violet raids. Now, I categorize this separately from Scarlet and Violet because that's a whole different thing. The raids were the stuff that I was doing in late 2023. And like early on, like with Forest and Glitchy Theo and all them, where I wasn't like completely fully committed to my return on Twitch yet, but I was still looking for something to do, so I streamed these raids. And this is back when we really didn't have like our A games on how to win these. Like we were still figuring shit out, different strategies, before we basically came up with all the death lineups with Berserker and all this other shit. And they were pretty much the ultimate shoot the shit sort of stream where we could spend more time talking about random things and stuff in our lives as opposed to actually doing the raids or focusing on them too much. And some of those lasted quite a while without even realizing it. Some of those streams would go on for like 8 hours. Obviously, the raids kind of fell out of favor once everyone stopped playing Scarlet and Violet, and honestly, after the Rayquaza one, I don't really envision doing anymore. So, they're probably done. But they were really nice to do for a time. I did need them. Good evening. Apologies you're quiet. You're on duty at the moment. You are, dude. Oh my god. That's funny. Okay. Moving on now to another one. Balatro. Another game I didn't think I was going to like, but damn was it addicting. I have played a lot of Balatro. all the decks are creative, the jokers are creative. I guess the only thing I wish with Latro right now is that I wish they do an update again. I know they've added like different card packs in terms of like characters or whatnot on the cards themselves or cross promotion. What I just wish they would do is they'd do like an update that adds more stakes or more jokers, you know? Like, I wish that they would add some more. I'm not saying keep the game constantly updated, but after playing all the different seeds for so long, or the different decks for so long, and the different hands, once you get into a rhythm of what you want to do, it just kind of becomes sort of the same in a way, where, of course, you can win in different ways, and that's the beauty of the game. But certain strategies are only going to get you so far. So that's why I kind of just hope that maybe one day a new update will come out where they add some more jokers or more challenges of stakes and whatnot. Because, I mean, it was cool to do the challenges on it. It was cool to just have some fun and hang out and chill while doing it, because the music is really good and relaxing, but I don't imagine myself streaming this again anytime soon. Though, deservedly amazing game. Like, Game of the Year nomination, though, for the record. Okay, I threw Ultra Kill in here. I'm actually not gonna do this one. Now, the reason I'm not gonna throw Ultra Kill in here, despite the fact I already did, the game's not complete. And don't get me wrong, Ultra Kill was amazing. However, obviously, I won't feel as good talking about something that's not done yet, so I'm gonna leave that one to be determined as well. Mainly because we're still waiting for them to finish Ultra Kill. I actually don't know how long it's gonna be before they finish it. No, thank you. No. Um, I promise that I'll stop doing that Ditto stuff later. Okay. Let's keep this going. So, I have Metroid Fusion in here. Let's start off with the fact that I completely fucked up and picked the wrong Metroid game to begin with. I said I was gonna do Metroid Zero Mission. I completely fucking forgot. And I did Metroid Fusion instead. Do I regret that? No. Because I had a lot of fun playing Metroid Fusion. keep in mind, I don't play Metroidvanias, so I definitely was skeptical. Not like I haven't had experience with similar genres. I mean, I played Ori. Metroid Fusion, though, a lot of fun. I mean, there were confusing elements in it. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, that's just the nature of a Metroid game. They are difficult and puzzle-esque, you know, just to be esque. Kind of what you'd expect. Metroid Fusion was a lot of fun. I know I said that already, I'm going to say it again, but I still had a joy with it. It wasn't too confusing. It's a GBA title, I know that. It wasn't going to be a super complex labyrinth-like game like Super Metroid is. Not to say it wasn't challenging, it definitely was, but the atmosphere and the whole, just like different areas you got to explore was really cool. Despite being linear is harder combat-wise since they made Samus take more damage. Oh yeah, the whole thing with her losing her suit and kind of having to regain all the powers and stuff. I found that to be nice. I mean, it definitely felt like a struggle, don't get me wrong. You were just taking so much damage throughout, and certain bosses were hard to deal with. Especially the ending with, like, Samus. Like, going against the other Samus. I mean, that shit. SAX. The whole, like, when they're chasing you, that shit is fucking horrifying. As if they even as much shoot you once or twice, I mean, they just fucking obliterate you. It always kept you on your toes. Definitely a very eerie atmosphere throughout, and didn't feel like there was a lot of chances to breathe in a game like that, and I can appreciate it. I had never completed a Metroid game prior to that. I had started Super Metroid, but I had never finished it. One day I'll go back and finish it, and one day I'll actually go play Zero Mission. But for now, I'm happy that I got to experience one Metroid game. I enjoyed the story of it, I enjoyed the atmosphere, the level design. And of course it was fun to use all the different weapons too. Makes me excited to play more Metroid. And maybe one day I'll play the other Metroid games. Okay, moving on. Half-Life Deathmatch. This is something I really want to do with far more people, because holy shit, this is so dumb but hilarious. The few streams that I did this with Flint, Kiata, and Bonnie, hilariously fun. I definitely want to do it more, and considering that you can have so many more people join in, I want to just have a whole chaotic lobby of it. We only scratched the surface with that game mode, and since we can run it through a server on Half-Life, I hope we can do it next year as a community thing, because that shit was a lot of fun. Up, and there goes him. Would you ever consider playing Metroid Dread? Maybe. I've thought about it, yeah. I know you've talked to me about it before. Okay. We're getting into some of the other things that are a little more significant. Everything remaining on here is well, I wouldn't say all significant. So, starting with Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal is my favorite first-person shooter of all time. The combat is great. The music, absolutely phenomenal. The level design is brilliant. The story is great. I love the Doom series. It's one of my favorites. I had played this back in the early 2020s into 2021 before I never considered streaming it. I'm so glad I came back to it and got a chance to stream it because I enjoyed every minute of it. Even despite the fact at the time I was having severe PC connection issues, like encoder overloads and whatever the fuck that was all about. But I had a lot of fun experiencing it a second time with everybody and just having an absolute blast. And I am looking forward to doing Battle of the Ancient Gods sometime next year. Because I'm going to do the DLC for Doom Eternal 2. I'm not just going to skip that. I know that I hadn't done it yet because I started Dark Ages and finished that up, but you'll see more Doom next year for sure. And speaking of Dark Ages, that is going to be the subject of this next one. The first game that I streamed, first modern game that I streamed right away after having to spend like an hour of troubleshooting the game, running it properly, and having to do a graphics driver update and shit like that. Okay, this is the thing. Is Doom Dark Ages better than Eternal? Oh, I don't know. You remember the clip of you chucking bombs in the map with a hole in the floor and Kiata jumping in thinking you were there? Oh my god. You know what's funny? I have that clip saved. I need to upload it to YouTube. I'm waiting for it. And that's not a Clips channel clip. That's going on the main. Yeah, I'm sorry about Dark Ages. Was Dark Ages better than Eternal? No. I feel like Eternal set a bar so high that it just felt like anything following was not going to be able to compete. I can't use this song tonight. I didn't think, like, that's the thing, is that the thing that I think that kind of helped me with Dark Ages was that going into it, I set the expectations that it might not be better than Eternal since it's a prequel. There might be certain things that aren't in the game that the other had, and I was right. There was definitely certain things that they took away. Like, one of the big ones I know that they completely omitted was the fast travel system, which is something that you got access to at the end of every level in Eternal in case you needed to go back and do something. While this was basically a curse in the game, because if you went too far into a level and you missed something, you couldn't go back. you had to replay the whole level over, and I had that happen to me at one point in the game, and it was painful. I know what level it was, and I got all the way to the end. I circled all the way around. I did everything, and I missed something, and my reward was having to replay the whole level. And the thing with Dark Ages is that some of those levels went on forever. Like, I thought Eternals levels were long. Some of Dark Age, like, if you guys remember watching me play it, some of those levels might have taken me like an hour to complete even one and get everything. Like, factoring in dying and whatnot. Don't get me wrong, though. Complaints aside, I loved the game quite a lot. Like, graphics-wise, it was beautiful, you know, I imagine, since it was a lot more extensive on it. Like, design and whatnot. The levels were fun to play. The enemies, like, more prehistoric versions of certain, like, ones we all know and love, and also very creative as well. The weapons, fucking amazing. Like, I will never forget the literal chainsaw, like, shield we have. The fact that it is basically just a mobile chainsaw that you can just throw and cut enemies up with. And also use it for different purposes like bashing and other means of parrying. It was really nice because the gory kill or glory kills, I think is what they were called in Doom Eternal, they were gone. But you obviously, they did kind of exist in Dark Ages, but you didn't have like the special super crazy ones like you did in Eternal. But there was just so many things, like weapon-wise, that were added that were just so cool. Like, yeah, the Skull Splinter launcher, that was awesome. The ball and chain is literally just firing a ball from a chain. That shit was hilarious. Of course, you still had the plasma launcher and the minigun style as weapons. But, you know, having stuff like the Skull Splinter launcher, the hook and chain, just added extra layers of fun to it, and all the different weapon challenges and creativeness you could get with the different weapons. And of course, I mean, come on, you had a goddamn chainsaw shield! That's so sick! And then, you know, they added their own style and things too. You know, given it was a prequel and the story was set in the past, obviously, so it's not going to be anywhere close to Eternals. Or even 2016 for that matter. It was really fun how well they adapted the prehistoric setting. Especially with the fact that you got to ride on a fucking dragon. Not only ride a fucking dragon, you got to control a giant-ass mech. Like, those were some of the coolest levels in the game. Being able to pilot those larger-than-life sort of fucking... No, I'm not doing that. Those larger-than-life enemies that you normally... Like, you normally be fighting dragons, but here you get to ride one, and it even has its own special glory kill or custom death animation. It's a shame that your pet dragon dies, but... Oh. Besides the point. I loved the medieval style of the game. Now, there was a very hard chance of it ever clearing. Yeah, you can't believe Bonnie was in Doom the Dark Ages. Yeah, I know. He did his role so well. It was a shame he died. But you know what? That's what that's what the scripts paid him to do. So, I mean, in terms of FPS games, it's still easily one of the greatest first-person shooter games I ever played. When you look at it objectively and not just try to compare it to an older game, it easily stands on its own rights with a great story, great graphics, amazing gameplay. Some confusing elements, sure, of like exploration and puzzle solving, sure, like trying to get the treasures, and having the insane difficulty, because it's not an easy game, don't get me wrong, it was hard. It was actually way harder than Eternal, for sure. But I loved it. And I know they won't do DLC for it, unfortunately, but it's definitely a game I would play again one day. Okay, we're on to the final 5 one-off things. So I'm going to start with the Hitman sessions. I would like to do Hitman again. I love that game. I love the Hitman series. It was fun to play and stream. Of course, it comes with the caveat of obliterate all humans redeem, where you just fucking kill everybody. That was funny. Yeah. Hitman was fun, but I will say it's one of those things where I have debated playing the game over again on stream and like going from start to finish. I feel like that's a good idea. I definitely am going to consider it and do it. I would just have to probably be a little bit more liberal or strict with the kill all humans redeem, because I would like to beat the game. It's just gonna be really hard when you have everybody wanting you to just murder every human in sight, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna try and 100% the game, that's never gonna happen, that should be too difficult. But every time I played Hitman, it was never to like do the game start to finish. It was just to mess around in it. I want to fix that. I do intend to go back to Hitman next year and actually play it start to finish again, because it was a phenomenal game. So I hope y'all are excited for me restarting Hitman next year. It was a lot of fun. We'll just see how many times I have to kill people with fish and polka again. And now on to something that I have this as a one-off or older thing, but this one probably should be in the ongoing projects technically. Risk of Rain 2. Risk of Rain 2 as a stream. The issue with Risk of Rain 2 is that usually sessions, you can only ever really get 1 or 2 sessions in a stream, just because they can go on for a long while, unless you die. And yeah, you don't gotta worry about shit, it's gonna be fucking quick as hell, but you know, that's further and far in between than you'd think. But, you know, ignoring that shit. I think it's fun for sure to stream. I love Risk of Rain. It is a wonderful game. It can get very chaotic and fun. And it's cool to use the different characters and just go crazy sometimes, so I definitely want to stream it more. We just need to get we just need to constantly get a gang of people involved, since unfortunately trying to get everyone together is always difficult, because guess what? We all have lives, so what do you expect? Hopefully we can do that more in the future. And speaking of something that we haven't done in a while as well, Left 4 Dead 2. Now, obviously, we have not done Left 4 Dead 2 in a long time. Since once again, that is a 4-player game, and usually I don't always have 4 people readily available for it. Because obviously, you could expect like me and Bonnie to be ready to go at any given moment, but we would need more than that. That and also trying to find new maps to play or ways to make it interesting. Left 4 Dead is easily one of my favorite multiplayer games, though. Like, every session's always different. That's the thing about Left 4 Dead 2, is that no matter how often you play it, every run is unique. There is never 2 runs that are the exact same. There's always going to be some shenanigans that happen. And I want to do it more. I just, once again, just like community things and stuff, have to make sure that people are available for them to plan around. Left 4 Dead 2 is easily one of the greatest games of all time. And I want to continue that trend, because Left 4 Dead 2 is probably the most timeless game out there. And if you don't like Left 4 Dead 2, then you're probably just a fucking actual non-human. I have 2 things left here on the one-off older stuff, and this is some of the things that I wanted to save for the end because they were for their time. These solo challenges. Now, if anyone doesn't know what these are, this was the period of time in 2020 through 2022 where I did a solo challenge a year. I think I might have done one into 2023, but I'm probably wrong on that. I did a solo Whooper challenge in Sword, which is completely lost to time because the whole VOD is gone. Growlithe in Fire Red. Growlithe again in Emerald. And Seal in Black and White 1. Now, these were fun, but relatively kind of flawed. Like, the Whooper one, I don't even remember what happened in it. I know we won, but spammed a lot of healing items and X items and kind of didn't feel honorable. And honestly, I hated Sword and Shield, so I don't even remember it much. The Growlithe one was infamous for the whole Dugong incident and the greatest bit of RNG I ever had against a Pokemon in Rhydon, which I do have the clip of. Emerald, which had some hilarious moments, like with the Marshtomp fight with May, where I flinched it 3 times in a row and made Slam all angry. And then Seal, which I don't even remember much of that run, honestly. They were okay, but I mean, to me it didn't really feel legit because I used healing items, and I know that kind of makes it easy. It just didn't hit the same. It really felt like a babyfied or simplified version of a solo run. Do I ever intend to do any again? I don't think so. Just because I don't really enjoy solo challenges anymore. They were okay back then, but it was just because it was to fit into the whole meme of liking Growlithe and whatnot. Before the big Growlithe Mega Hunt. Honestly, I'm glad that most of these VODs really don't. One of them's gone for good. The others exist, but they're just there. It was just a weird, like, point in my streaming time that is probably never gonna get revisited. It was fun for its time, but it's one of those things that is retired. Kind of like the last thing I say for this older stream content. And I know that I said I wasn't gonna talk about the Smash Ultimate stuff. This is not technically regarding that. This is regarding something different. The quit playing around 100% orange juice tournament series. I did this for an extended amount of time, even after my Smash career was over, as a commentator, as a TO, as a player. Falcon gave me the chance to stream 100% OJ, a game I genuinely don't give a shit about, like, no offense. It's one of those games that, like Uno, everybody's fucking got it. Everyone just has it for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it's just that standout. But honestly, it's a game I could never get into, no matter what. But the reason it's even known is the fact that I played it as an incentive for 1,000 followers, and it became my longest stream ever at 13 fucking hours. Goddamn. And also, the thing is, though, I didn't hate doing the quick playing around of events at all. I actually love doing them because it also had like a perfect dynamic with me and Glitchy. And occasionally other guests like Luna, Leica, and I don't remember the other person, but I remember I guess the dynamic of having one person who doesn't play or care about the game much, but is constantly like giving a lot of high energy, while you have someone who actually is invested in the game to kind of counterbalance it, really added to our dynamic and made it a lot more fun. Trust me, I would not have had as much fun if it wasn't for Glitchy. Excuse me. I'm glad the players liked it too. Even if the whole joke of seeing Tumblr and Igor in every fucking match, ironically until the very end, was funny. Like, it was one of those series where even if I didn't enjoy casting anymore, or I didn't want to commentate anymore, it was nice to just relax for like 2-3 hours and just shoot the shit while people were just getting fucked over by RNG, and the second closest I ever came to getting water poisoning again. Like, I remember having to cap the amount of water I was consuming, otherwise I would have suffered water poisoning a second time on stream. But yeah. Moving on now. The thing is, when it comes to 100% orange juice, yeah, that ship has sailed. You're probably never gonna see another. You are 99.9% likely never gonna see another 100% orange juice stream ever again on this channel. Though I gotta say something. The fact that this has to be the funniest thing. I think about this actually. And this is something that I never really thought about until recently. Was the fact that not only was my progression in 100% orange juice hilarious, but just seeing how much attention it got. The first stream I ever did for 100% Orange J was just me playing the game. The second stream I did was a tournament for Falcon, and one of these tournaments had actual prizes given out by the developers themselves. I unintentionally, in less than like 2 or 3 streams, went from just playing the game once to being the streamer of a tournament that was giving out prizes by the actual development team. And you know what's funny? I actually didn't even realize this. The Fruitback Factory team on Twitter had posted a link to my stream for the said event. We have that! I never shared that! It's real! You know how fucking crazy that is? I never even played the game! I didn't have interest in it. I'm getting a shout out by the damn company in terms of a link post for the event and unintentionally working with them. That's fucking wild. And I'm flattered that they would do that. And for anyone who thinks, wait, let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can actually find this. And let me see. I don't know if I'm actually gonna find it. Actually, hold on. I found their account. Hold on. Problem is they have over 13,000 posts, so this is gonna be kind of hard to find. Take a minute. I know this exists. Here it is. Can I add a browser source? Not exist. Show it. Oh, that's the wrong. I see. Can I? This is not even it. Fuck. Oh, I'm an idiot. I just realized what I need. Whoops. Look at that. That's my Twitch link on their account. I don't care, it only has one repost. My account is on this forever. We have the proof. I didn't even notice this until like a while ago. This was 2 years ago. Thunderbirds Gaming Tourney Palooza 2. I forgot I even did that. Fuck, I mean, the winner will claim a Mary Popo plushie, of course, because why the fuck not? Second and third places get a Fruit Bat Factory game of their choice. I mean, that's just fucking insane. So if anyone wants to screenshot that forever, you can have it. we can put it up. That has to be the most ironic thing ever. Seriously, the least likely person. What do you mean as a celebrity again? When the fuck was I ever a celebrity? Despite all the times all my stream clips got stolen by Yeet and Dragon Smash uncredited. Those fucking bastards. Stealing my goddamn clips for their shitty YouTube compilation channels of like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Fuck them both. Yeah. Good for them. Get off this quick. Yeah. Wait. Who follows this account? Of course they would. Of course those fuckers would. Why the fuck is the Wii U trending? What the hell? Do I even want to know? I don't think I want to know. I'll leave that alone. Just crazy how things work out, you know? But yeah, that's it for the small projects. While I admit I will never do it again, most likely, I am eternally grateful to Falcon for it. Because for me personally, I always had this resentment or sort of bitterness in me that I never got a send-off that I wanted. In the SCS, I got the send-off I wanted, but even then, I came out of retirement for like a couple streams, and it just didn't feel right. It didn't. I wanted a proper send-off, and Falcon gave me that. Because I worked with him the longest. All the way back from 2020 until this year, I worked with him on and off through tournament series like Fight to the Finish, Tourney Palooza, Quit Playing Around. And I appreciate the fact that he ever gave me the chance. I'll always be grateful to him for that. Yes, he has to have something to hang on to. I mean, after all, he has to root for the fucking Commanders, and they suck. I remember he told me, said thanks for Debo. I hope he's enjoying Debo right now while we enjoy trying to get the 1 seed. Anyways, this just leaves the remaining stuff. The passion projects. The stuff I'll probably be a little bit more heavy on. Starting with the music streams. Now this, I say is ongoing, because it's never gonna end. Or at least until my computer runs out of space, then, you know, I'm fucked, but, you know, that's besides the point. I enjoy these. We don't do them as frequently, but it really is nice that having the ability to Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did I miss something? House Flipper? Oh my god. That is so funny. I just saw what they sent. That is so fucking funny. Holy shit. By the way, one-offs, by the way, we were talking earlier, House Flipper and all that. House Flipper is hilarious. It is easily one that I kind of take for granted how much fun it is. Letting everyone design a house with their fucking shit posts and random creative ideas. I still have that unfinished house from our House Flipper stream. I want to do more of those because getting everyone involved in just deliberately sabotaging a house is just hilarious for no reason. The amount of crazy shit that we were able to do. I loved it so much. And everyone got laughs out of it. So, definitely going to try and do that again next year. In terms of the other one-off, by the way, with Wii Sports, yeah, I don't imagine myself doing that again, but it was fun to revisit that game. It's always a nostalgic time. It was one of the funniest streams I've ever done. What's a House Flipper? House Flipper is a Steam game. The game on Steam for PC where you flip and sell houses and renovate them to your wishes. What else do we got here? Like, Guardy. I mean, it's fine, actually. Don't worry about it. But yeah, going back to what I was saying with the music streams, those were... Add it to your wishlist. It is a fun game. I'd recommend it. Give it a try if you get a chance. Music streams were fun. I really do plan to do more of these. There will be more. It's just that, you know, with Flint and I's busy schedule over the holiday season, we didn't really get a chance. But now that we've finished the DLC for ZA, that'll be next. We'll get ZA added to this and some other games. Because I have a lot more titles I want to add to this. And I will make sure to just keep it ever expanding. Because I know we already have so much music on here anyway that there's no way we could get through it all in one stream and after like 10 hours. So it's just a matter of keeping it expanding. Because there's always going to be a plentiful amount of music to choose from. So, here's to next year to adding more. Team Fortress 2 is next on this list, and you're so grateful for your playlist because it was hearing Great Glacier during the Shiny Growlithe that even got me into PMD. That's good. I'm glad that unintentionally led to you getting into PMD and unintentionally, you know, becoming one of us. And speaking of other games that were on Steam, Team Fortress 2, this one for some reason, I put this one in the passion/ongoing projects. Yeah, I am so glad this game had a renaissance and the bots got cleaned up, because Team Fortress 2 was the only reason I ever actually got a computer to begin with, by the way. I love this game. Like, it is always fun to play with people like Rotten or Kiata or Bon or Ali, and even if we're not always winning, just the chaotic nature and the colorful, chaotic mess of the game, just the charm that literally has not ever been replicated in any other first-person shooter, like fucking ever. It'll always have that. And I couldn't be more thankful to have such a great first-person shooter, especially in an age where first-person shooters are just so dry and worn out. There will never be another TF2, no matter how hard everyone tries. The charm will never be matched. Yeah, it birthed a whole genre of hero-based team shooters. Anyone who loves Overwatch has this to thank for it, and I definitely am going to do a lot more Team Fortress 2 next year. Definitely gonna get Rotten and other people involved in it, because it's so much fun every time. Alright, let me refill my water bottle, because my voice is really starting to decline. I can hear it myself, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. One of the funniest things was watching Rotten do escape on again when you... Oh, yeah. That was funny, yeah. So now we're on to... I'm actually gonna skip this next one. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. So... I had already played Kirby and the Forgotten Land prior to this, but in tune with the Star-Crossed World DLC, I felt it made sense. No. That works. I felt it was best to start the game over, and I'm glad I did. Because Kirby and the Forgotten Land is easily my favorite Kirby game ever, and it just was reassured and a trip down memory lane, giving it a gander again. The creative level design, the wonderful music, the amazing graphics and atmosphere of the game, the unique settings throughout, all the different power-ups, the different challenges throughout. And then the expansion, Star-Crossed World, which added a whole new layer of challenge and gameplay, like difficulty, missions, different concepts, and overall just expanded upon the existing world. Adding more music, more levels. It was all just a genuinely amazing
experience, and having the world's biggest Kirby fanatic in Kiata here, who it still feels weird that I have played it and he has not. That's not a sentence I thought I'd ever say. But now that he has a Switch too, he's probably just gonna do it anyway. I love the game. It is so much fun. Everything about it was just so upbeat and fun. I never really had any issues throughout, even the confusing stuff. It was always fun to replay the levels. It was fun to just experience everything again and share it this time with everyone. Also, it birthed Cone Car, which pissed him off. And who would ask for anything more than that? And once again, the music in that game, chef's kiss. Some of the best music I've ever heard in any game ever. I need to get Kirby and the Forgotten Land added to this playlist. I really do. I need Forgo, I need Northeast Frost Street. Just some brilliant tracks. So, this one I put in here, even though I haven't done it in a while, is the Mario World speedruns. Now, I put this in here because this was, to me personally, was some of my favorite types of streams. It was because not only was it allowing me to play one of the first games I ever played, and a game that I absolutely adored since childhood. It felt cool to shout out to Kiata for voice. Oh, sorry, I missed this. Shout out to Kiata for voicing Leongar. Gave you chills. Damn. Good to know. Mario World's always been one of my favorite games, and it's always one of those games I can always just go back and play and feel happy and enjoy. So, not only being able to stream it, but also throw my hat into a ring that I've always wanted to in speedrunning, that was something special to me. You know, I always felt I was good at the game and like able to do great things in it. It felt nice to finally enter that world of speedrunning, to be able to test myself and improve over time. And I know I've improved a lot, considering from the old days when I submitted my first ever run at 14 minutes 40 seconds to my modern day PB on the GBA version of 1101, just a second short of that sub 11 barrier. I'm completely out of practice now. I'm completely rusty, and I would have to go back and learn it again, but I would love to run the game again. Now that I feel more comfortable and more settled in, I want to give it a try again. And I intend to do that eventually. So I'm going to come back to that for sure. I don't want it to be a dead category, because I know that I can keep going with it. It'll take some time to readjust to, but I know I'm more than capable of recapturing that glory again. Which then brings us to the free hunts. I spaced these free out because you guys might know which ones these are. Raichu, Fracture, Growlithe. I was originally going to talk about these separately, but I'm going to put them all together. This is probably
without a doubt, my most well-known streams slash psychotic ideas I've ever had, where I just said, fuck it. How many of these guys can I get? And this was very crucial because the Alolan Raichu event happened in July of 2024, when I still hadn't fully readjusted and come back to streaming, like, as a commitment yet. This is why this is easily the least amount of Pokemon I found during this event. I say as I found like 190 of them. And I didn't stream every day, ironically enough. But when I did, it was a blast. Like, this whole thing where I was just shiny hunting a Pokemon I really liked in mass excess kind of paved the way for me to get comfortable with streaming again. Because I still hadn't felt truly back or comfortable just yet. And this event was kind of the beginning of the turning point for that, where things started to properly click and more people were solidified within the community, and it just made everything a lot more pleasant. Even if it's not as well remembered as the next two, it had its purpose. It laid the foundation for these next two. It walked so the Fracture event could run, which the Fracture event, yeah, this was something that to this day I am still impressed by the tenacity, the grit, the Iron Man that I put up, where I streamed like 20 days in a row for long durations, where there was like 3 hours to sometimes even 9 or 10. The Fracture event easily was the most just consistent, unpredictable, and fun times that I had in 2024. It was easily the most successful time for me. Like, that was when everything just finally clicked. By this point, Matt and Bran and I's communities were fully intertwined now, working together. Guardy was fully engaged. Bonnie was more present alongside with the couples night stuff. And Fast was starting to become more involved with the community as well. So everything just really started to come together and shine. Shine so bright. You may be getting a card from a friend of a Fracture specifically because you want to make a dedicated page in your binder to commemorate the time. Oh yeah. You know, the thing is, I look back on that event. I don't know if it's just me downplaying it, but I guess I kind of underestimate just how significant that entire event was. Because I joked in November, like, should I do this? Would it be a good idea? And then I did it. And everything that went on through it, and the massive implications and effects of it after the fact. I mean, it's left a long-standing effect to this day in a good way. Because it pretty much solidified the permanent bridge between our circles. Helped broaden the soon-to-be bridge with Fass's group and get that fully intertwined. Pretty much strengthened and nailed the relationships in this community down. And had some of the greatest moments I've had on here. Like the whole getting tipsy, the drunk call to Bonnie, the invisible shiny, the paid actors meme beginning, all the shiny Vibrava bullshit, the ducks, like the new community members like Scarlet and Monkey. And I have to give a shout out to Jay, because even if he's not here today, he was one of them. I hope he's doing well. Now, just so much happened in those 20 days. And that's the crazy part. It was 20 days in a row. A record that I actually haven't topped to this day. We both got tipsy one stream, the Christmas Eve sermon. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. With Kim, right. I mean, yeah, because that happened too. Kim's sermon, the tipsiness with me, you, Bon. The different days, just... all of it was just... You came in from your drunk stream in a shiny Bravavo here? Yeah. There was just so many unforgettable moments. There's a reason why all of them are still... Well, most of them are still highlighted on my Twitch. Not only highlighted on my Twitch, but all the VODs are uploaded on my YouTube VOD channel. Publicly. Like, it is the most honestly, like... I don't know. Like... Trying to find something. I'm trying to find something to defend the mood for me personally. I'm sorry. Hold on. Want some. Oh, it is on here. One? No. Not this one. Let's look at what I'm looking for. Not that one. What I'm looking for. No. No. Looking. Not that one. No. There it is. And yeah. Let me ask this question for everybody. And I feel I'm curious to know this answer. Would it be too far-fetched to say that that Fracture event is by far the most significant and important event in this channel's history? Like, out of all of them? Is there any that come close? I can only think of maybe one that comes close. There's only one that I can think argue that rivals it. Aside from, you know, starting on Twitch, but that's different. I can't think of any others. Just how important that event was. There's nothing that comes close. Like, everything it did. And what did it stem from? Me being a fucking autist who has a collecting problem? Who wanted to collect fractures for fun and other Pokemon? And that decision led to the butterfly effect of everything as being the way it is now. 1 year later. I genuinely can't believe it. Like... yeah, no, it definitely created a chain of events. That one throwaway joke I made in November turned into 20 days of just unbelievable memories and causing so much to happen. I don't think it could ever be recreated. It never will. It's not possible to capture that lightning in a bottle twice, but for what it did for me and everyone else, it was easily the best 20-day period I've ever experienced on this channel. And if anything, it also helped me a lot too, because it carried me through that holiday season. I would have been broken otherwise. And I think really most important to me is that it proved two things, that whole event. One, I was back for good. I finally found my place on here again. And I proved to myself that I could do it consistently. It did a lot for everyone. I have to know it did a lot for me. What it meant to me. And really the support in between was overwhelming and amazing. So it's going to be something I hold on to forever. I made the joke that the fracture event could run. It's more like it could fly. Because even though the Growlithe Mega Hunt was the be-end all of all this, the Growlithe event was easily was by far the longest project I've ever had on here. At least currently. Like that Raichu that flew up the mountain into space. Oh my god. Yeah. That was you? I know, it's usually weird for you to be flying up cliffs. Usually you slide down cliffs. I was kind of surprised by that. But yeah, the Growlithe event. This was the longest project on the channel. And I loved it from the beginning to the end. I won't lie though, it definitely came at a perfect time. Like, it couldn't have come at a more circumstantial coincidence. Or, you know, it couldn't have come at a more perfect time, because if it would have happened like a year or two ago, I wouldn't have done it. Or like 2 or 3 years ago, I wouldn't have finished it. I would have adhered to the same rules, but the big thing that changed everything was the addition of the Switch 2. Because of the existence of the Switch 2, making shiny hunting a lot more accessible a lot faster, a lot more open, a lot easier. It made hunting them so much faster, and actually turned it into, I'm only going to do this for a little bit, to we're going the distance. And all the streams, even when my heart wasn't in it, there was always something going on. And of course, these streams were infamous for obviously a lot of crazy things like Dragon Force and the addition of copyrighted music to my streams for shiny hunting purposes. It gave us the infamous Nose Pass, who likes to rub his nose across the guitar strings, and like Spotify. It gave us the infamous and just fucked up ooh shiny moments. It was the beginning of the ooh shiny era, where we had to attribute every shiny we found to some sort of tragedy. And that clearly didn't fucking change after Sunday. Because of course. And then it was also just allowed so many random calls of like chaos, and having a bunch of different guests like Ali, Guardy, Brand, Tio, Matt, Clint, Kiata, etc. The whole lot. It gave us the infamous Stonehenge sandwich, which is still something I don't think I could even replicate now. It gave us the shiny Quagsire afterwards. It gave us so many memories. And it's funny to think we're still not even done with that. I still gotta finish naming them all. That project's far from over. And it's gonna be a long time. But it was easily a testament to the long-standing experience of this. And really, I'm glad that I committed to the end. And I basically recreated 2019 all over again, except instead of 299 Growliths, but yeah, with that being said, that event was amazing. It'll never happen again. I'm not doing that again. I don't know if I'll ever do another mass collecting event again, unless it's something I truly, truly care about. Maybe if it's Pichu. I missed the boat on Pichu a long time ago, so I didn't do it back then. I don't know if I'll do it again. But now, with that being said, it leaves us to the final 4 things. The 4 main things that I'm going to start with the one that has been recent. And I'm finally going to give my thoughts on the game as a whole. Legend ZA. So I wanted to wait till Mega Dimensions was done, and now that it's complete, I can talk about it. When I first saw the trailer for Legend ZA all the way back then, I was skeptical about it. Mainly because I was disappointed by Gen 6 and felt that Kalos was one of the weaker regions and I just didn't enjoy it. So I was skeptical that it could work.
I loved Legends Arceus. It brought me back into the series after BDSP and Sword and Shield almost fucking killed it. So I was excited to see a new Legends game. I just didn't know how it was going to be. And then once more information came out, it definitely became a lot more concerning, where it's like, you're only in Lumio City? Like, how are they going to make that work? Considering in the normal games, Lumio City is big, but you can get around pretty easily. To say that my expectations were blown out of the water would be an understatement. This game, I mean, there's no words sometimes to describe the sheer love and happiness that it brings me. Because no, come on. Pretty much from start to finish, it was a wonderful experience. Starting with the story. The story itself, you know, picking up 5 years after the events of X and Y, was really nice. And I do appreciate that it didn't just focus on the original cast. It set on a new cast of characters that were kind of just picking up the pieces of the last 5 years and kind of doing their own thing. Like, adapting to everything that had happened. I like that a lot. It was really cool to see the different twists and turns throughout, and getting to experience the city, the different characters throughout, you know, kind of like the average city life. You know, kind of like a slice of life experience with, you know, a little more drama thrown in. The different sides, like corporations, crime syndicates, weird hippie-like movements like what Jacinthe has going on here, let's be real. It was all wonderful. Of course, the climactic stuff with AZ, you know, being shrouded. Because we knew about him, but your characters didn't, and you don't learn about it till later. And then Lysander returning, Team Flare, Nuvo, the whole thing with the tower itself and the Mega Energy. Like, they introduced a lot of things and expanded upon, like, the Mega Evolution concept. They expanded upon AZ's character, and the thing with the story that really helped is that it was so much better paced. My biggest complaint about X and Y is that the story was just horribly paced. Because a majority of the game, you are spent with a group of friends, and you're all going through an adventure together. Experiencing the ups and downs, the different ambitions, the different dreams, the different perspectives, and that worked. But they then hit you, like, with a massive curveball with, oh yeah, here's this ultimate weapon that we're going to use to destroy the world. And then you get this massive text dump at one point when AZ's trapped about this whole fucking ultimate weapon and shit. And it all comes out of left field. Like, it really fucked with the pace. And the thing is, you only saw AZ like twice, so why should I give a shit about him? When the only one time I've seen him, he's in the desert alone, and then the second time you see him, he's in a prison cell, telling you all this random lore about some fucking ultimate weapon. It was horribly paced, the characters weren't interesting. So, I mean, just two massive red flags right there. But with this game, the story was well paced, way more entertaining. The characters far superior. I'm not even just talking on X and Y perspective. It has some of my favorite characters in the whole series. Like, obviously the rival, you know, they're not as in your face or as an asshole like older rivals, or committed to hyper autistic battling like Nimona, or all that, but they're more down to earth and actually have goals and ambitions and stuff that tend to take more focus than just being a battle-crazed rival. And I like that. So, the characters were a step up. I mean, not just in design-wise, but the personalities just shined through. I loved them. Like, even if they weren't the best battlers, like Naveen and Lyda, they were all entertaining in their own ways. You had Naveen, who, you know, was the artsy, simpy fucking member of the group, because, you know, Kanari and all that shit. And just having one extreme passion, which is something we can all relate to, even if we're not accepted by the people in our lives like they were. Lyda, who, you know, thanks to the DLC, you kind of relate to, where, you know, they have, like, even though they seem all happy and upbeat with their dancing and shit, they have their own midlife crisis where they feel like they're not going far in life, and that's another relatable thing. Like, they actually make you care about these different characters throughout. And that's important, because in other games I wouldn't care about this sort of thing. But having these extra bits of dialogue, these extra side missions and stuff, really let their personality shine. Same with Tawny or Urban or whatever the fuck you had. Because even if we make jokes about her being a weak link or useless, you know, getting us into debt and all that shit, they were a fun character too. And, you know, they're the ones who get you involved in it all to begin with, so that helps a lot. And they play such a heavy role. Like, they're not just some standby rival that doesn't do anything. They actually help out and are important throughout the story. And it's good, because I like having the characters involved. And that's the thing that helps, is that this game preached such a heavy focus on, like, community and, like, a whole city coming together like it should. Because that's the idea, in a way. Like, even through hardship, a city's community can come together and overcome it. And that's what happened, with all the characters coming together at the end. And this is the main cast. I'm not even talking about other characters, too. Like, the, obviously, you know, extremely fiery nature of Grisel. You have the calm, contrasting nature of Grisham. You know, two characters lamenting in their past and trying to start over. You had Mabel, who, I mean, I found it cool that they did mention, like, oh yeah, a lot of us were locked up for our crimes, but I was given a chance to do work for the government. And, you know, they're still a sniveling bitch, but that was a cool little neat thing. It's good to see Emma come into their own. Vinny's just a badass for whatever reason. Kanari is there. Fucking weird-ass character, but definitely appeals to the TikTok crowd. Tarragon, the over-supportive grandpa. Jacinthe, I don't need to say anything about. Everyone knows her. Labani, the passionate but trapped in a bubble sort of thing, because, you know, she's stuck as a fucking maid slave. Gwen and Ivor's interesting, unique dynamic of him being the loudmouth and her just being a fucking emo, like, just silent girl who hates him. Like, there was just so much personality and character with all of them. It really was such a blast. And of course, there's also Corbo. I feel like if I didn't mention him, Guardy would kill me. So the story was amazing. The side missions were so much fun. There were some really shitty side missions, don't get me wrong. Like, the $1 million coffee one was fucking awful. And there were others that just kind of didn't have any purpose. But there were some really fun ones, like the Starmie Cult. That one was hilarious. I love that one. The fucking... What else was there? There was some other ones that I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. And I'm counting DLC ones, but the Tatsugiri one was hilarious, where it's like, we don't want this to become too popular. Fuck, it's too popular. No. Like, that was just so funny. There's so many fun side missions that just add to the charm of the game, and that's what I like, that they brought that back from Legends Arceus. Same with the gameplay. The gameplay was so much fun, being able to free roam and use your Pokemon just whenever you wanted. Of course, the battle system, I like the battle system. I would not want it to be in a mainline game. Well, like a, you know what I mean, like a main series, like Reddit, like Scarlet Violet-esque sort of situation. Since it's got its problems, where I love when my Shadow Balls or Hyper Beams get blocked by a bush. Or my Nile Light from fucking Zygarde gets blocked by a light post. Or Earthquake gets blocked by a garbage can. Like, fuck out of here. But that was fun, and honestly, the whole online battling thing was fun too. Because it's quick, it's fun, you don't have to try hard at it, and you can just have fun. I like that. You don't have to think too much about it. Not like excruciatingly difficult like VGC. I'm not saying VGC's bad, I just like the casual, fun, free-for-all style nature of the ZA Royale. Which, speaking of which, I know people were like, why did you have to skip like a bunch of ranks if they were gonna have this infinite ZA Royale? Because let's put it this way, you are not gonna want to slog through all those ranks in the story. Fuck no, you are not. I'm glad they did it, because it would have fucked with the pace if we had to go through all those ranks. Easily would have fucked with the pace. The music, phenomenal. Easily some of the best music in the whole franchise. The day and night cycles for Lumiose, the battle themes for like Jacinthe especially, and Grisham and Grisel. Lysander's theme, Zygarde's theme, all just masterpieces. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to plan that much. And really, this is all just, it was such a pleasant experience from beginning to end. I never felt bored, I never felt upset, I never wanted to rush anything to get done. I wanted to enjoy every moment. And the characters were great, the story was great, the music was great, the battles were fun. It got a little grindy, but I didn't mind it too much. And then we get to the DLC, and it just... it elevated the game from, like, elite to just in a tier of its own, really. Because I loved it more than Legends Arceus already. It shot up so much higher thanks to this DLC. Because the whole introduction of hyperspace was great. Like a whole other dimension, expanding on the story. Adding even more lore bits was really cool. Ancho's a cool character. The fact that they tied them to Diantha is really neat. You know, continuing the story through these dimensions was interesting. I gotta say though, I mean, I was never gonna expect the final sequence in this game into the ending. By far the most shocking thing I have seen in a Pokemon game in a long time. Not only are you fighting a tower with like all your Mega Pokemon, but you go through all that, then you destroy the tower for good with Mega Zygarde, which was a great reveal. Only then to see AZ died. Only to see that AZ's gone. I couldn't believe it. That was the most shocking thing in any Pokemon game I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I agree with that. They definitely expanded on the dialogue in the DLC, because there were options in the vanilla game, but it wasn't as impactful as the DLC where you could say some random shit like that. And the DLC, continuing the story and also continuing to tug at your heartstrings with the whole nightmare sequence, further exploring each character, strengthening their relationships, having the climactic ending with Darkrai, all the megas they introduced, which were great. Like, it's not often. This was the first time. Wait, what's this one? Yeah, I'll just leave it alone. Excuse me. I'm gonna... Sorry. Yeah, that'll work. Sorry. It's just... I don't know why I'm being very meticulous tonight. All I'm gonna say is that when I look back on ZA with Mega Dimensions, the main story, the experience throughout, just... I know I commented on this, but like on one of the streams already. But this game, yeah, the heart-to-heart conversation with Tawny at the end, I mean, it felt like a perfect wrap-up for the entire game. Because I know that it is very unlikely they are ever going to do any more DLC, which sucks. But I really hope that maybe they'll do something else. Because it is a shame that that might be all we get. But for now, all I'm gonna say is that playing for ZA was something I didn't think I was gonna do on stream. I thought I was gonna do it off stream. This was the first time I have actually streamed a new Pokemon game on Twitch since BDSP. Which BDSP I quit after day 1. With this, I committed. And honestly, it's a phenomenal game. And I do mean it, that I have been playing Pokemon for over 17, 18 years now. And when I was younger, I'd always get these excited, super giddy feelings in me to play these games. That feeling started to die after Black and White 2. X and Y was probably like the last little gasp of it, but it didn't hit the same. So genuinely, Legend ZA, streaming it, playing it, experiencing it with everybody, it gave me a feeling deep down that made me feel like a kid again. For the first time in over 13 years, since Black and White 2. That's how much it meant to me. That's how much fun it was. I thought those feelings were gone for good. But it was nice to know that they still existed. And they go toe in toe with the shiny hunting aspect that I'm going to go into now. Shiny hunts have basically given me a new life on this channel. And I'm encapsulating every game. Scarlet and Violet, Sword and Shield. What the hell is LA? Is that Let's Go? I want to assume that's what it is. BDSP, PMD, Rumble, ZA. Shiny hunting is easily the most enjoyment I've had on here. It's nice to just kick back and chill, talk to chat, listen to music, and shiny hunt just random Pokemon. Just because I get dopamine rushes from slightly different colored creatures. It's a weird thing, but I'm happy for it. And really, they're my comfort stream at this point. Like, we joke about me sometimes being a chill streamer, which I definitely am not. These are the closest I get to chill streams, pretty much. Where I take it easy, look for some targets, have a good time. You know, we can talk about whatever. We can have whoever on. It's easy. It's comforting. It's familiar. It's something that I can do at any given moment, where it's like, if I'm not feeling anything that day, like if I don't want to do like Punch-Out or any other game. Yeah, they're the closest we get to my chill streams, and even then they can be fucking nuts. Just look at the Fracture and Growlithe events for evidence on that. Or the infamous Cottony stream. All you need to know. So, that is one thing that will not be leaving this channel anytime soon. I'm going to keep shiny hunting. ZA is going to be the main focus. I might go back to Sword and Shield every once in a while to try and hunt a Dynamax Adventure target. I will do Rumble again when the next Rumble weekend comes around, for sure. And, of course, maybe we'll go back to Scarlet and Violet as well. Oh yeah, those Rumble models are hilarious. That leaves the final two things on here. I saved these two for last because these were kind of more recent. Well, one of them isn't, but you might know which one it is. Punch-Out speedruns is the first one we're going to talk about. This one I'm saving here because I got the Rick Bruiser task tonight. This is something that has become a deep passion project for me recently. Like, not a lot of people may know this, or you might have known this if you paid attention at all, or maybe saw some Twitter videos I used to post, was I love Punch-Out. It is easily one of my favorite video game franchises ever. Like, if Pokemon's number one, then like something like Punch-Out would be like in the top 3 maybe. I have adored this game since childhood, when my dad recommended it to me and I started playing it, and he would watch me fight the boxers and, you know, would help me like get over some of the harder fights like King Hippo. Well, back when King Hippo was hard to like fucking 12-year-old me, but whatever. When I started doing time trials in 2018, and I put them up on Twitter saying that I would never likely speedrun the game, only for that to be completely wrong 7 years later. To the charm and flair and amazing just experience that the Wii version brought. I love this series, and I really wish they'd make another one. Like, if there's one franchise I wish would just get another game, it's not F-Zero, it's not Metroid, fuck all of you, it's not Donkey Kong or whatever. I want Punch-Out. I hate modern culture. Give us a new Punch-Out. Fuck what the fucking sensitive people think. Give us a stereotypical game. Punch-Out's just too much fun. I get it's simplistic in nature. It's a puzzle game disguised as a boxing game, but it is a very fun boxing game. So, when I watched for years people like Zallard1 or Sinister or Summoning Salt do their runs and Punch Out, Super Punch Out, Mike Tyson's, I always took interest in it and I wanted to do it. And I committed myself one night when I practiced Gabby J off stream and got the world record in 11 minutes. That recording is gone now because I've gotten that record so many times, but I wanted to commit. And ever since I started with Punch Out Wii and Super Punch Out, I do not for 1 minute regret it. I have loved the challenge. I've loved the satisfaction that comes out of going for these times, to be one of the best at it, to join people who are willing to put the time and effort in to tie these records, to match the speeds that the game's limits will allow us to reach. And I remember it all beginning with Glass Joe when I tied the task on him. And then I tied it on Gabby J. And that started the chain of future records that led to Von Kaiser and Dawn and Tiger and Ryan. And the thing is, I know I've done a lot of them off stream. And I won't lie, I sometimes kind of feel bad for doing some of the world records off stream, but at the same time, it's just because my urge to grind these times is so strong because of my love for the series. Is that I can't help myself. Like, even when I'm on break, I'm like, no, fuck this, I gotta play. And that's what happened earlier today. I came back from work and I hopped in a call with some people in another server. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play some Punch Out. And it all came together and I tied the Nick Bruiser world record. And now I got 11. So that's just what happens with just dedicating so much time and effort. It feels so goddamn satisfying, and I look forward to continuing that because I'm not gonna stop. Because I still got 5 fights left to go for. And it's not even that, because when that's done, we still got Punch Out Wii. And even then, we got the PAL version of Super Punch Out, which is the European one. So, there will be a lot of Punch Out next year for sure. Oh my god. Wow. With that being said, that leaves one left. You guys might know which one this is. The passion project that has gone on for about 1.5 years. And something that has been a consistent favorite. And that, of course, is the couples nights that I do with Bonnie. I save these for last because when I talk about a event or stream or decision that was impactful to this channel, obviously the Fracture event was significant. Couples night of Mario Brothers Wii, to me, is probably the second closest. It is the second closest, if not maybe even a bit more important. Because that one little playthrough we did of Mario Brothers Wii has kickstarted a series of games that we have both been able to play together, experience together, love together. There we go. They really are just, to me personally, the best streams every time. The chemistry with him, being able to experience these games with him, just having a good time. It genuinely kickstarted a love and passion for streaming again that I didn't have before. And honestly, he played such a big role in my return, in my drive to start again, because being able to stream with him and bond with him through it, it meant so much to me. Ow. Sorry about that. And even if every couples project hasn't been the same, I mean, we've loved every game we played. Of course, some are a little weaker than others, like the Mario Brothers one for the NES. That one was not that good, but you had the amazing ones like Return to Dreamland, 64, Mario 64 specifically. Epic Yarn was phenomenal. 64 was phenomenal. Brawl was great. Like, all of these were beautiful. And we will continue it. I owe him so much. I know he's not here right now, but I really do mean it when I say that without him, I don't think I'd be streaming on here still. Like, he means so much to me. He did so much for me. When he offered to be on these streams with me and become more involved in my community, I don't think I would have had the confidence to return if it wasn't for him. Because being able to do something alongside him meant something more than just doing it for stream purposes and for views. It was doing something with someone that I viewed as a lifelong partner. Yeah. I know we haven't done one in a while, but we will come back to it soon, starting next year. That spirit will never die. And that's that. That's everything. I wanted to do this because I wanted to reflect on everything I've ever done up to this point. Because I want to go into 2026 with a clean slate. Feeling fresh. It's been... This is where things are gonna get a little extra sappy. I don't give a shit anymore. It's been an interesting last few years. When everything first started back then, my rise, my fall, when I quit, when I tried to come back and there was just no direction for me. Starting over, and then finally settling in, and then this being the first true year. This was the first year that I truly felt like I was my own. I was in my own element. I controlled everything. I streamed what I wanted, and I was happy. And I kept it consistent throughout the year. Even the slip-ups, like with the incident where I lost my computer for a bit. The issues at home. The issues at work. Even through thick and thin, I didn't falter at all. If I needed breaks, I took them. But if I was able to get on this mic, entertain people for a few hours, then I succeeded. I did this for me. I wanted to prove it to myself that I could commit. I wanted to prove to myself that it wasn't a fluke. I wanted to prove to myself that this was the right decision. Looking like a pretty damn good one now, isn't it? I never gave up. I couldn't be more thankful for that. It doesn't end here either. It's gonna keep going. I am gonna take tomorrow off. But starting January 1st, back to business as usual. We'll keep the gravy chain rolling. The ride doesn't end. There's a lot more for us out there. Yeah, exactly. I never gave up. I don't intend to now, bitch. You'll have to kill me first. So, to wrap this up, because this is pretty much the last thing I want to say. I want to thank every single person who has been here from the beginning to end. Whether you were here from the beginning of the year, whether you were here whenever, all of you are equally responsible for the support and love that has allowed me to keep going. The reassurance that what I have done over this last year and a half has been worth it. The fact that I even know that I ended up as the most viewed on many people's recaps, I mean, it hits good, you know? I never thought they would ever reach that point. Hey, Cassidy. Wish me a Happy New Year, thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, there'll be so much more next year. I don't intend to give up anytime soon, and never. We're gonna keep this going for as long as I can do it. Long way to go. So I hope y'all will be willing to join me for it. Isn't it? I think the raspy voice does add to it. You know why? You know why? It's probably because I preached to myself as an Iron Man all year. Like, just very little breaks, everything. I think the raspy voice is like, because I mean, I've given everything I've had. I do not currently have a lot left in me right now. The voice is is gone. Like, I can't actually sustain this right now. I'm giving what I have left to spell this out. Because this whole ride this year has been special. I've truly felt happy. Even through everything, this whole experience has meant the world to me. I'm glad that everyone has effectively granted me another chance at this. Thank you. Truly. I don't have enough words to express the gratitude for allowing me to have this chance to be able to do this. Yeah, I'll be fine with this. Of course, Scardy. And thank you to everyone else as well. You all know that I'm too modest for my own good. I don't like to acknowledge or sort of embrace the things I'm responsible for, the things that I played a role in. I don't like to ego trip that way. Even with the impacts I've left. Because I just do what I know. Always be good to others. Try to entertain them all. Try to make them happy. I think that's all I got left to say. Unless there's anything else anyone wants to say, I think that's it. Definitely made I definitely made myself proud. Something I don't often say. I think the voice is gone. Fitting. I physically can't do it anymore. I will. 250 plus streams. Hundreds of hours of amazing memories. Thank you guys so much for everything. I hope everyone has a great New Year's Eve. I hope everybody takes it easy. I know it hasn't been the best year for everybody. Been a lot of ups and downs, especially in the world around us. But
I know if there's one thing that's definitely brought us all together for this year, it's each other. I'll never forget that. So, I'll allow it this one time. Give all the hugs you want. If anyone wants to say anything after stream, I'll be around, but I can't talk anymore. I'm gonna go now. I hope all of you take care of yourselves. And I'll see you next year. So for the last time, for now, it's your favorite rain dance. Take care. Peace out, everyone. Until next time. I'll always remember that, Stormy. Always will. Have a good one. Yeah.